Morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? Is all the volumes? It looks like the volumes are going through okay. Oh, dear. Right. Well, what a day yesterday, hey, folks. If you weren't here yesterday, then the last time we did the charity stream, the last special effect one we did, sorry, I'm just getting the tea bag out of my tea. Last charity stream we did over the entire weekend. We raised quite an incredible, about £3,050. So I think we're at 3,000, and you got to add 250 to the total, you see, because Dovetad's going to add 250 to it. But where are we at the moment? I think it works out at like 350, 362 or something like that. We're at the moment, which is it's incredible. So I'm going to start off by just, big thank you to everybody who's digging deep in support of this this charity. Really appreciate it, and I know they do as well. Yeah, and don't forget, if you're UK resident and meet the rules and regs and so forth, to tick the gift aid box as well. That will all add. So where are we? 2,812 is where we're at the moment. Plus 250 is maths, basically. So yeah, all good, all really, really good. In fact, stunning progress. So yeah, well done, everybody. Today, what have we got? If the mods can share the schedule link, we got for alberg. Actually, let me just rip this over here so that you can. No, you can't see it because I'm not sharing that screen. Let's switch the screen. Right, so we've got looking at the camera to see what you can see. Okay, you can't see the times. How about now? That'll do. So for alberg, Southeastern, Cajon Pass, Niedertalbahn, East Coast Mainline, Boston Sprinter, Rossignoord, Glossip, Peninsula Corridor, Dresden-Riesa, Northern Transpennine, and we'll take off whatever, at the end doesn't fit, if Northern Transpennine doesn't fit, but, I'm not working tomorrow, so we'll see. If people still want to watch, we'll keep going. Let me just take my watch off, actually. Drive me up the wall. Superb. I'll put 18 there. Don't. Wait. It's Austria, not German. Right. So let me pull that back over onto here. And you can see we are already ready to go. So we are running service Rex 15553. Going. Watch gone, we're in for a long one. Yeah, the watch just reminds me of the passage of time, and I don't need that. I don't need that negativity in my life. Right then. There'll be no main Autobahn sneak peeks. Jeez, you people. Jeez. Right. Put that in. That. Cool. Now I can open the doors. Let's get some safety systems on. And turn the brightness up so you can actually see them. Yeah, I got some good sleep actually. Last night. It was good. Instrument lights are on. Lights are on. Instrument lights are on. Over here, the headlights should be on. I think, therefore I am, that we're good to go. Mods, actually, Train Simulator Driver posted the charity link earlier on, so if others want to just, feel free to share the charity link frequently in the chat. Well, actually, no, sorry, it needs to be mods, because then nobody else can post links. Sorry. Is there no pink t-shirt yet? No, there isn't a pink t-shirt yet, I'm afraid. I really ought to get a bot set up to respond to ! charity, shouldn't I really? Morning, one way. And KH Mark. 30 seconds till we can get going here. No editor today. 3 leave. locked. Out of dodge. Not to release, so let's get out of here. I'm going to switch to the other HUD because I'm already lost with that one for some reason. $50. Hey, Barbie Gamer. Yeah, going really well. Really, really well, actually, as you can see from the amount raised so far, which is out of this world, frankly. Just up here, it'll be changing junctions over onto the right-hand side. Windows get some external sounds in. Again, now we're over the crossover. Liam, no, we are in Austria, in the Vorarlberg line. No, I didn't look at it yet, KH Mark. Basically, I just went home, went straight to bed. Miles per hour, 90 kilometers an hour limit. Let's speed up. Yeah, we started on the German side, Liam. Sorry, we started on the German side. We'll be crossing over to Austria very shortly, actually. Morning, Lego Lancer. Sorry, when the question was, are we in Germany? I misread that. Yes, technically we were in Germany. We were just on the Vorarlberg Austrian route. So, yes. Yeah, I had a McDonald's breakfast and May's toast, yeah. Living it up, yeah, living the life. In all seriousness, I find that they set you up for a good day, to be honest, in terms of they're so filling. Yeah, sorry, Liam, I get what you mean now, and you're right. You're right. Yeah, we're in Germany at the moment. You can tell from the gantries. The gantries will change when we switch to Austria as well. Watch out for the blue diamond signposts on the gantries. Those will be telling us the neutral sections are coming up. Which in this case probably will be at the border crossing. Signalling the gardens on Here we go. This is the warning. So I'm going to cut the power and open the main circuit breaker. This is when it needs to be done by. This is when it needs to be closed by. We're now in Austria. So, different countries. That's evil, having a PZB come up while I've got no dynamic brakes. There's no Tim Hortons here. I don't think there's many of those at all in the UK, is there? I think they just started opening up from what I recall. Remember, they're a big Canadian chain, aren't they? I'd be willing to bet in their standards they actually cross the neutral section there intentionally under the 85 kilometers an hour. Didn't Sam call PZB the German joy vacuum? That sounds very Sam. Is it wrong to be eating mince pies this time of the year? You know what? If Tesco's are going to sell them, it is not wrong to eat them. Respect. Yeah, Wendy's certainly much more around here because they open those in Stratford. Oh, we've got ages to wait because we've got a service due in, I think, on the off the single track. Yeah, should we find some collectibles? There. Well, hello, hat. Perilously narrow. Platform 2. Oh, hello. It's like a signpost isn't there, isn't it? Jeez. There. Have a wander. No, let us not have a wander. No fun walls. Thou shalt not explore. Fine. Well, that was a less interesting station to wander around. Did I miss a map? We got more time. Let's have another look. I don't think so. I thought I looked at everything. It seemed like there wasn't very much on this station, though, it has to be said. So I assume I must have missed something. Ah, poster. Map. There's a map. Is it on this one? There it comes. Oh, it's the SPB. "40 seconds. I should really get my tail back on the train, shouldn't I?" Green light. You're right. I thought it did do a an alarm when you open and close the doors. Yeah, there's no hustle alarm on that either. Okay, I'll have to ask them, find out what happened there. Right, against harbour. We're in monitoring because of the red light approaching the station. Released from monitoring, there's no need to stay in that. Means we are good to 100 kilometers an hour. Yeah, the PCB lights are not very easy to see on this one. It is something I want the team to look at. And just generally improve across trains, because we seem to be trending towards impossible to see lights at the moment. Everyone's got really good excuses and reasons as to why that is, but at the end of the day, you still can't see the lights, so we need a solution. No, in Austria, in this route in particular, they don't really use 500 hertz. I think it's Lucas did explain it on the Vorarlberg preview stream that ding, picked me up doing 94. That it's down to the speeds or something like that. They don't need a 500 hertz magnet or something like that. I don't know. I'm making it up sort of now. That was an expect 60. Now down under 80, so that much is fine at least. We're also approaching the stop. And there's our expect stop. 2 green lights means 60 miles per hour, I think. I'm into Brilliance Harbour. IE platform there on the left. PCB doesn't behave as if there was a 500 hertz. I don't know where you're getting that from, Liam. It was because I was under 1000 hertz restriction and I stopped. You stop the train or go under a speed for a certain amount of time, a few seconds, then it will switch into the monitoring. But it wasn't a 500 hertz monitoring, so it wasn't keeping me to 25 kilometers an hour, it was keeping me to 45 kilometers an hour. Right, Bregenz is next. Less than a kilometre away anyway. No, I didn't look at the stream last night, Wiley. I just basically went home, went to bed. I will try and look at it this week. And then send it to people that are cleverer than me, like Lucas, and say, what did I do wrong? And why is there no driver assist telling me how to fix it? Yeah, I'm under 1000 hertz now, yeah. I was, at least. So I'm just under, I think it's just this one that's flashing at the minute. Or was, it isn't anymore. No, it is. I don't know. Who can tell with these lights, eh? Lucas is proper German, yes, Roblox. looking at chat. Got to stop. You got some of your missing DLC for Epic Games today. Oh, that's good, Lillian. Progress in the right direction, at least. Mods, can we get a link for the Just Giving? Ten seconds, get doors closed. I was looking for the H board. Yeah, access is in the middle, but there's no H boards anywhere, so it'll be stopping at the end of the platform. Right. Let's go. We're against Riedenberg. Again, we're currently in monitoring and release from that. Still under 60 from the lights. Taking us across this junction. At the moment. Five, and now we've got 120, so we can speed right up. Next station is in 1.3 kilometers, so. Dual track B makes the PZB happier. Less things to get in the way. What's your favourite stations on S-Bahn or Alberg? I've not used the route enough to really pick favourite stations, but off the top of my head, Lindau, because I like the island, and Feldkirch is quite interesting as well, but I've not really used the route enough, just like I said, to pick a favourite of substance. No changes planned on the 423, no, Wiley. If you're running under PCB, does it make a warning sound when you're going over an active magnet for yellow signals red? Well, if you go over a magnet for a red, it ends the game. Or if it's a red you've got permission to go through, then it will still cause the train to come to a stop because of the hot 2000 Hertz magnet. You don't really get alarms with PZB until you've done it wrong. If you do PZB right, you get nothing. It's not like AWS where alarm sounds respond, or Access in America, alarm sounds respond or alerter. With PZB, it's if you didn't know what to do, I'm stopping this train. Dawnburn is next, 140 kilometers an hour. We've got no shenanigans on the PCB, so we can just get moving. 6.9 kilometres to our next station. See you later, Paul. I'll be here until about midnight UK time, so be another a long time. 14 hours yet. Oh well, 13 and a half in fact, we're nearly there. Oh, we missed the donation. Katie, thank you very much for that donation, rounding us up to 2008.20 and 88p. Thank you very much. This is Rex, Wiley. That's the freight yard. Rex is Regional Express, isn't it? Well, we knew that haptics would be a hit and miss thing for different people, Tim Tri, so we thought, if we're going to put haptics in, it needs to be super configurable, so I'm really happy with how it ended up. Timing on this one is quite tough, isn't it? We've got 2 kilometres to go, but we're doing 140 kilometres an hour, I guess, so... About 12. On 10 coming up. I quite often acknowledge most of the speed reductions, Liam, to be honest. I mean, you don't have to because there's rules, but some of them, there are some speed reductions which depend on circumstance, how much of a speed reduction it is. There's no penalty for acknowledging too many things, other than maybe if you've got an instructor and your driver wrapping your wrists, but knuckles, sorry. But yeah, so you'll get the hang of it as you just acknowledge lots. Which ones actually mattered. Any update on Xbox crashes? No, it's the weekend, so there's nobody working on it at this weekend, and I haven't had a chance to check in with the beta testers to see how they're doing, what their findings are with the build that they've got. I mean, when I checked with them on Saturday morning, when I set out, I gave them a spreadsheet to put the report their finding. They were initially, feeding back that it was in a much better place, so. All right. We're all right. Doors closed. Nadja, do you want to just expand on that Diesel Legends for GWR comment? Not sure what you want me to do with that comment. Roblox, you can donate in any currency, which is convenient to you. Just Giving will sort it all out. Right, 110. Well, 120 at the moment, dropping to 110 shortly. Aventador, I want to do something like Euro Truck Sims system for moving the camera around. Yeah, it's different. It depends how much DLC you've got installed, Simon. It's not crashing for everybody by any stretch of the imagination. But the more DLC you've got, the more trouble it has. $100. Benjamin, if you, I mean, what I would say is, when the next update goes out, see if it's any better. Let us know. Volumetric clouds don't cause stuttering and frame rate issues. No, not really. $140. Boing boing, we're using OBS. At home I use XSplit personally, but in the office we use OBS. Oops. 130. Oh, brief 130, now back up to 140 again. No, if I close the cab windows, everyone complains it's too quiet, Lorenzo, so I leave the cab windows open. Yeah, the PCB indicator is terrible, boing boing. I'm well aware of it. It's something I've asked the team to look into. I can just about read it, but you shouldn't be able to just about read it. It should be obvious. slowing down. Coming up to Honams. Donation. Stuart Forgy, thank you very much indeed for that donation. Very much appreciated. Already off to a cracking start today. I mean, personally, when I'm driving Lorenzo, I usually drive with the windows shut, but then everyone says the audio is too quiet in the cab. I mean, in reality, it is very quiet in a lot of modern cabs because they don't want the drivers to have to deal with all that noise. They make them quiet for a reason, but... I guess that's less fun in the game. I'd be surprised if you encountered anybody wearing DTG branded jackets, though. Only me. How does tempomat work on this train? So when you're driving, pop the cruise control on, and then you use the up-down buttons to adjust the speed. Right, Gotsis, however you pronounce it. 140 kilometers an hour. Train simulator driver, how do you remember all the different trains? I don't. You know, if you were to put me in a TGV right now, I would probably not be able to make it move for a while. But one of my fascinations with train sim, and particular train sim world, is it has been systems on trains and understanding how they work. So kind of that to me is where the fun of the game is, figuring the trains out. So I remember what I'm doing with them because it's kind of what I'm looking for. No, TGV is easy once you get the hang of it, but I haven't done it in a while, so I keep forgetting some of the detail. Right, we're speed limited to 140, so I'm just going to pop it down to 140, even though track speed is higher. Oops, hello. 2.8 kilometers. Yeah, I'm going to talk to people this week and see whether or not they're going to update the t-shirt designs for Train Sim World 4. Boing boing, there isn't a preservation crew anymore. There are no plans to change LGV at this point, no. Slowing down, we're stopping in this station. Adding neutral zones isn't particularly hard, no. The train would then need to be updated to support the neutral zone, which is a little bit more tricky. It's not so much about a job being hard, it's that team busy. Yeah, the volumetric fog is good, isn't it? No, it's like just when one of the we got Alex is just an absolute wizard with our tech art stuff, and he and one of the other guys in the tech art team sent me over a video showcase on some screenshots showcasing, hey, this looks like it could be quite good. I'm like, oh yeah, I want that in the game. Make it happen. That's a new feature in the game. Congratulations. Hey, Mark. Right, we've got 30 seconds. So fixing this track shadow popping is difficult. It's something I want the team to look at going forwards. If you just dial out the range of the shadow, it gets exponentially bigger hit on the frame rate. I mean, you know, if you just so much as it's not very far at the moment, if you double that, which is still not very far, is quite a noticeable tank on the frame rate. So it's trying to find a solution for that. It's difficult. Normally these things are, if I give people time, they will come up with solutions though. So. Manual easements in the editor. You can make, I don't know what you mean by manual easements. I mean, you can lay easements of any type you like. Ragcoil is next, and that is in 7 kilometers. Speed limit is 140. Boing boing. This is a question for Lucas when he does his masterclass on track and signals, because I know nothing about laying quality track at all. Whereas Lucas is a wizard with the track system. It's Thursday, I think, for the masterclass on track and signals. Yeah, aware of that glitch with the 377 doors. For some reason, the rear, the script is acting like it thinks it's coupled up to another unit, so it's locking the doors open, which is weird. It's on a list somewhere to get looked at some point. Missed another donation. Urban Fox, thank you very much indeed for rounding us up to a nice even number. We're at 2,900. That means that let's push the dovetail bit to one side for the minute because it's not on there. But that means we're at 2,900. We're only £100 away from £3,000 on this. Which is tremendous. A little over my train's authorised safe speed. Back under 140. I mean, I've looked over main toolbar with Lucas. We've done build reviews and things, but there's no train. I don't think there's much gameplay at this point because there's no train. So it's yeah, there's not a lot to do really at the minute. Well, what the beta testers have been doing is free roaming, just spawning trains on. What do you mean by gantry wires game rate? Slow down. So I'm making them. You can just about see them by using this switch and setting it to 100%. You can just about see it, but otherwise than that, there's not any other option. I'm afraid. I need to get the team to come on and fix it. Oops, that Vectron sitting over there. Doors open, got 20 seconds. Originally, originally the Dresden was made for Kassel Würzburg, and then we sort of were thinking about it that, you know, it's probably not going to be as much fun on that route as other routes, and we looked around at other options, and that was when we decided to move Dresden over to move the Vectron over to Dresden. And at the same time, we'd also decided to add it to Vorarlberg while we were doing it. So, but yeah, that's where we got to with it. But yeah, the move was, we wanted to have something that would run on Vorarlberg as well. But Dresden, but it's most of its fun is on the Dresden route. The team have recorded audio for the 642. Yeah, we showed a screenshot of Lucas and his recording equipment on the last roadmap stream. No sign of doing the Dresden airport run, no, any. Right, Feldkirch is next. Or Feldkirch, I don't know how you pronounce it. And we're coming up 140 kilometers now. Nothing on the restrictions, so give it the boot. The Vectron substitutes on virtually all routes. It doesn't layer on virtually all routes. It only layers on Dresden and Vorarlberg. As in, by layer, I mean adding new gameplay dedicated to it, whereas it substitutes into other German trains. It's a subtle difference, but when I keep trying to tell people to stop saying layer because it implies new gameplay, whereas the substitute doesn't. Kilometers. Oh, hello, 110 speed limit. Right, the span wires, yeah. I see what you mean, game rate. Yeah, no. So the problem with well, the reason for the span wires not getting updated is because it's a very different thing. They should be getting updated at some point, I hope. I want the team to look into that because it does look wrong. But the reason they didn't get updated is because updating the wires is a single change that covers the entire route. whereas the span wires are individual 3D models. So all individual 3D models need updating, and I don't know if you can even use the same fix. I think it might be different, so we need to figure that out, come up with the right answer for those. It would be nice if there was just a wires, and you could just update all wires, but unfortunately the span wires are a different thing entirely. Crucible, yeah, I think you're about the 18th person to say that so far since I ran this. Then the gauge lights are terrible. The indicator lights are terrible. That's something that I tried to get the team to fix before release, but they couldn't come up with a good solution. The best we got was we worked out that this wasn't working properly. But no, I need to get them to find a better solution for this because it's not usable. Not planning to update wires and lighting for old routes, no, Emmanuel. Occasionally we get the opportunity, we do, like I did LGV, and we did Dresden. Obviously we needed to do Dresden, but we did LGV. It's just changing the wire is an easy change, but it seems to be triggering people that you update the wire, but you can't update things like the cross spans. So looking at the possibility of making it so that whether you want the new wires or the old wires is an option, maybe, and that will mean going back to all of the routes and redoing the wire upgrade again. So I don't want to do too many more until we've bottomed out what we're doing there first. But no, we're not committing to doing any old route upgrades at this point, just to be really clear. $7.44. No, that's fine, Crucible. That's fine. It is bugging. Yeah, Antelope is really good, isn't it? I ran it probably for the first time properly yesterday, and it is a good route to keep you watching what you're doing. This is a coffee or tea mug that I bought on Amazon. Right, let's move. 90 speed limit coming right up. Next station is Frestanz in 3.6. I don't know if it's huge. It's probably double the size of a normal mug. But most of the time I only drink half of it, so... I wasn't enjoying the 103 yesterday, I broke it somehow. And then the I'm Stuck only part fixed it and broke other things, so yeah, it wasn't a fun time yesterday. 110, 90, 100, back in the power off, there you go, 110. Emmanuel, when it comes to sales, that's not my domain, I'm afraid. That's nothing I can help you with that. Consoles, so Xbox, the landscape rendering is reduced. PlayStation, it isn't reduced. It's running full PC resolution distances, which is possibly why it's also running a bit slower than the Xbox. The Xbox generally has a faster frame rate, but it's doing less. So there isn't a reason for that change. Initially, it was because the config was missed out to hold the PlayStation back. Yeah, but there's a difference there. So if you're using Xbox Series X, Series S, then the landscape is reduced further. And to be honest, given Series S memory problems, and we can't really differentiate Series S, Series X properly because they're the same build. So it's probably a good idea that was done, to be honest, given otherwise Series S would be in even worse state. Tea dunking biscuits has got to be digestives, hasn't it? Although people get upset when I start dunking bourbons and custard creams. Don't know why. As far as I'm concerned, everything is game for a dunk. Tony, thank you very much for that donation. Very much appreciated. It's very clear, though, that it's a must that you only dunk them for 8 seconds, not 8.5. The difference between 8 seconds and 8.5 seconds is very important. One of them stays in the mug. Stu, if you're having one of the things to try to help, so there's a couple of things to try to help in the meantime. One of them is to put your console in, if you can, put your console in offline mode, having set it up as your home console. That seems to fix a number of issues. Everyone's reporting that if they do that, then the problems go away. The other thing that you can try is just uninstalling some of the DLC that you're not using. Yeah, because it's basically the unreliability is based on the amount of DLC that you've got installed. So by having less installed, it causes less of a problem. Right, Nensing is next. 6 kilometers. Speed limit 140. Nothing coming up. Hobnobs I'm a hit and miss on. I don't particularly like how sweet they are, but sometimes they're exactly what the doctor ordered. So I kind of like if I've got biscuits around, and I should stress, I try not to have biscuits around, for hopefully obvious reasons. But if I've got biscuits around, I like a contrast of like a plain digestive and a hobnob. You know, all needs are met between plain digestives, hobnobs, and custard creams. There is no other need that you have for a biscuit at that point. Love the scenery on this route. I love the way the clouds are interacting with the mountains as well. Oh, hello. Speed, speed, speed. Now, you see, I'm not that big of a chocolate fan, Crucible, so as far as I'm concerned, if I've got custard creams or bourbons, I don't need both. Yeah? Morning, CC. The great biscuit debate, yes. Every train sim, it is a universal truth that every train sim stream eventually dissolves into a discussion of some sort of food topic. This is a universal truth. Every stream I ever did has done this, pretty much. Oh, Lotus Biscoff. No, those are lush. Yeah. 2.9 kilometers. Trying to keep up with the speed, see if we can't maintain some degree of schedule, at least in the game, if not in the stream. But Jaffa cake is a cake, the law said so. Right. That's it, we're arriving in good time here as well, which is good. £60 left to get up to that 3,000. Can we get up to the 3,000 before the end of this scenario? The try-hard stream will only last, you know, for a short time, and then it will stop and it will dissolve into again. Nice. You know, wagon wheels, I've got a love-hate relationship with, Hannah, because they're not a patch on what they used to be. And aside from the fact that they're much, much, much smaller than they used to be. But no, I do like a wagon wheel, occasionally. And then I start moaning to people that are around me about how they're smaller and don't taste as nice. And basically people plead with me to shut up. So. Blue Dents, the end of the line. Really? No, is Brigance the end of the line? No, Brigance was way back there. Brigance is the end of the line. Wow. Well, this journey didn't last long. Dominating landscape on this route is amazing. Right, power off or MCB open. Here's the start of the neutral section. Section, not zone, we're not in Star Trek. Close the end of the neutral section. Back on. More like skateboard wheels, Stuart. Mini rolls are a more convincing wheel these days than a wagon wheel. What route is next? Southeastern high speed, class 700. I love the definition that you see in the mountains. Back here. You can see the this has all come from the LiDAR. There's none of that been handcrafted. It's amazing. Yeah, it's 1 meter LiDAR, boing boing. Down to 85. Expect to stop. Over here, going into the station. Oh, had another donation. Wow, John Coltrane. Thank you very much indeed, John. That pushes us over the 3,000. Well over the 3,000, in fact. Brilliant. Thank you, John. That pushes us up to 3,040. Thank you very much. Coming into Bludenz. That's it. Thank you for yelling at me in the chat. That's what I need. Is there a BR43 HST in Intercity Swallow or BR Blue and Yellow? Other than the ones that you might be able to get from Creators Club, but then they'll have the wrong engines and probably the wrong cab and so forth on them. No, not really. There's the Midland mainline HST, and then there's a GWE one with its MTU engine. That's the only variant. So you've got the VP184 in the Midland mainline. You've got the MTUs in GWE. There's no Valentas, and they are, I think, the more modern cab variant. Which one was yours, SMRAL? I don't remember seeing your name on there. What settings does Series X run equivalents to PC? Nearly the same. No, I don't remember seeing a name, Sean. Oh, had another one. Ryanick, thank you very much for your donation. Much appreciated. Just if you go onto the Just Giving page, Sean, and just see whether or not you can see see it on the list there. It should be on the list fairly well immediately. If not, check in your history and see whether it's actually worked or not. Sometimes it takes a minute to go, you know, a little bit longer to go through. I noticed that when I've done donations on streams, it can be a few minutes, but normally it's not. Normally it's fairly quick. When was it, Sean? Why, platinum medal. I'll take that. Right, okay, so I didn't show the video yet. So for those of you that aren't aware of what we're raising money for, let me just switch over and we'll run this video and then we'll get on with Southeastern.
Hi, I'm Tiago and I am studying games development. I have cerebral palsy, which means my brain sends mixed messages to my muscles so they move randomly. I felt and still feel exhilarated about playing games, because I'm not restricted on what I can do in a game, whereas in real life I am. SpecialEffect is a gaming charity that supports people with disabilities. As I've grown up, they've helped me by adapting how I game. If I hadn't had the chance to game and be involved with SpecialEffect, I wouldn't be in my games development and coding course at college, because it opened my eyes to what I can actually do. Unite with SpecialEffect for one special day on Friday the 6th of October and help bring the magic of gaming into the lives of people with physical disabilities. In the world of gaming, anything is possible.
Right, let's get on with some some Southeastern high speed. Yeah, SpecialEffect, brilliant charity supporting people getting access to games, and yeah, just really a fan of doing everything we can to support them. So thank you all very much as well for your support. It's really good, really appreciated. Right, okay, Southeastern high speed over here. And we're going to run 9p14, full timetable, 700, 9p, I'll search for it, 9p14. Let's make it a bit more summary, dynamic weather, light cloud, or custom weather, light clouds, there we go. In the future, will there be any via rail routes? I can't talk about what there might or might not be in the future, unfortunately. I'd like there to be. Right. Okay. Unlock the doors. Headlight switch somewhere around here. Green wipers, exterior lights. Daylight. I think 9p14. The obvious.
TPWS and AWS operational.
A little bit of time before it's good to go. The Zero's weird because it doesn't have day-night lights the way that the UK trains normally do it. You notice I've got the inner two lights and that's it. And that's all you get with, I think, night does the same thing. Yeah, there's no difference between day and night with this thing, and that's prototypical. Again, same for yourself, XRA XO. If the question is a will there be type question, I can't answer it, I'm afraid. I would like there to be roots in Wales. It's something I'm keen to see. See you later, Crucible. Speed limit's 25, coming off of here. Station is my home station, Gillingham. UFO time. I love the fact that you can finally see out the front. In the south, they have a train where you can see out the front. Amazing. Some trains do that. I don't know what the rules are about which trains do and which trains don't. Some of them you have to put it in neutral to stop the SD working. And some of them do it based on speed. Double yellow. This would be level crossing, I guess, at Gillingham coming down. Whatever it is, it's taking its time. Maybe the path, a block in my path. About to go past the depot, I think. I don't think so, James Baby. But if it seems like a community support thing might turn the tide, we'll certainly let people know. If anything, companies dislike that kind of thing. Hello. Oh. So I see what people are saying now about this train seeming a bit quiet. I need to talk to the team. They're too subtle on some of this stuff. These alarms should be annoyingly loud. Right, where's the TPWS panel on this thing? Oh, you've got to use screen, haven't you? No. Have we not got to do something with the screens to do the reset on this thing? That one. No. Press BR on the touch screen. Oh, that one. Got you. There you go. Sorted. Not had to do that before. My driving is always so perfect, you see. This is class 700, Lucas. No, I didn't read manuals, Amaze Taze. I don't read manuals. I know James puts an awful lot of work into the manual, and I'm sorry, but I don't read manuals. I'm a fiddle about with it and frustrated until it works type. Delay 20. No. We stopped at about 1 a.m. and we started again at around 10 a.m. And in between there was sleep. Oh, nice, John. Go for it. I have no idea what the response times are at the moment. The support team are incredibly busy. There's obviously a lot of queries coming in, so we have an external company helping us with the support. So hopefully we'll get through as soon as possible. So hang fire a bit and hold your patience a little bit for us, Netrox. We'll get to you as soon as we can. One mile to the next station. What are we doing? About 50 at the moment. Good. I'm aware of some liveries not working for some reason, so I don't know what the answer to that is, but yeah, it is on someone's list to look at. Coming into Chatham Station. Problem with all these trees is it means that anybody who's a train spotter in these buildings can't enjoy the railway. It's just no forethought there at all. No consideration for the train fans in the world. Dear oh dear. John Mosdale, thank you very much indeed for that donation. Much appreciated. Not down too much. Oh, we're not doing too bad on time. Suggs, can you send me a DM on the forums with a list of the liveries that you're having problems with, and then I can pass them over to the tech team as examples to look at. Half the time when we look at something, we can't find the ones that don't work. So I need to send some actual examples that I know don't work, so I'll look at them, check them, and then send them over so that they can have a look. Because usually once they've got an example, it doesn't take long to fix the problem. Rochester. Going over Luton Arches before Rochester, if I'm right. Yes, it must be, because it's the border, it's the Medway after that. Speed limit is 30 at the moment still. That's the old Rochester platform, and round the corner into the new Rochester platform. Coach liveries are inconsistent in how they show up, Lucas. Yeah, there can be some issues with that. In service mode, the way the substitution works for those, it's a bit random. Once you've got the formation design, there'll be in a little bit more control over it. Well, wagon and coach liveries have always been a bit unsatisfying, to be honest. Thames link to Bedford. Nice. Interesting idea. From Brighton. Boing boing, I think that was Lucas leaving in some debug and not removing it. I wouldn't take it too seriously. Right, from here, around over the Medway. Can't quite see the submarine. Roblox. So in what Boing Boing was referring to was there's a menu option in the editor which says, "And I will no longer paint 500 fields." And I remember Lucas smiling at that and saying, "Oops, I forgot to remove that." Something words along those lines. Dean's game. No. We finished at about 1 a.m. this morning, and then I went home, had some sleep. I came back, and we've got going again. We've been going for about 90 minutes now. 15 as we come down into Strood. Slow, I'll run Strood. Strood is a slow station because of the curve it's on. In the editor, can you duplicate an existing timetable and change all the stock? No, because you can't open existing timetables. They don't have all of the data you need to open them. Dean's getting PIS not working, known issue. I haven't had a chance to. It's one that's on my list to have a look at, but I haven't got around to it. I haven't had time to get to it yet. But I want to. Drives me up the wall as well. There's some BCC, PIS not working. Right, Hyam. Yeah, what's the speed limit? It's just guidance. Get 70 in a minute. Roblox, I need to follow up on the numbering and find out what the team are doing about that, because yeah, they told me that was getting looked at, and I haven't seen a fix for it yet. How do you mean? Can you see the Thameslink on London duties, Dylan? Oh, London routes. Well, there's no plan for that. Yeah, the game's come on a long, long way since TSW 2020. Dead Decline. A very long way. Ooh, another donation popped in, anonymous one. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Dylan, so you don't get timetable to work on free roam, you use free roam on timetable. So go into a timetable thing and then just spawn a train. See you later, Urban Fox. No, I've not seen your donation, SMRAD, unless it was one of the ones that came in as an anonymous. I had a look through on Just Giving's side and I couldn't see anything. You can make your own timetable for an existing route. People are doing that already on the forums, Roblox. Thank you, Peter. Too much breaky break. But we're a bit ahead of schedule, so we're alright. What's the collectible bug? Elliot? $700 is not on the Brighton line. It's the wrong 700 for Brighton line, amongst other things. This is only the RLU. No, there's not been any work to put the 700 on Brighton line. I'm not sure it would fit memory constraints, to be honest, given how close Brighton already is. Needles on some of the speedos and trains are not eliminated by dial lights. Is that prototypical? No, I don't think it is. It's something the team haven't really got right in a number of trains. They get it right sometimes. Like if you run Northern Transpennine, the trains there are spot on. Really, really, nice effect. So it's kind of a mixed success in that front, really. Thameslink 700 route is this one, Southeastern High Speed, London to Faversham, or in this case, Raynham to Dartford. Gravesend is next. Love the editor actually making a lot of shunting scenarios to the industrial sites along the routes. Nice, that's really good. A modern day gameplay pack would be challenging Roblox because you couldn't use a real timetable because it wasn't long after when Northern Transpennine is based, so they stopped using Manchester Victoria for the Leeds runs and they switched to Manchester Piccadilly. So you could make stuff up for sure. So along similar lines, I'd quite fancy doing a Steam pack for NTP, but again, you go back to Steam era and the routing is completely different. But just using the route as it stands and putting some Steam trains on it, I think would still be quite fun. Oh, that the $6, I guess, is yours, is it? I got you, SMRL. So yeah, that one's come through. Thank you very much, then, SMRL. Sometimes these things take a minute to come through. Can you DM me that on the forums, Elliot? I'll lose it off this chat. Photo mode is working really well, isn't it, Deli 20? I've seen so many fantastic shots with the photo mode. That's Gravesend. 0.8 of a mile. Yeah, the point of the gameplay packs is to focus on what you could do with it, and recreating the sort of an experience rather than necessarily 100% prototypical. Gets more out of what the routes that you bought, essentially. I'm not sure what a modern NTP would even run stock-wise, to be honest. Driving class 700 at the moment, Elon Rock. Earth is that? Have people been downloading onto here? A big livery of some description, Dylan. Yeah, really, something not right there, Wilbnell. The nature walk in Peak Forest hasn't been opened up again. No, I need to look into what we can do about that. What problems are you having, SMRO? Race Day, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. Don't forget, folks, we are raising money for the One Special Day event from SpecialEffect for charity. So, yeah, if you're able to help out, then please do. Very much appreciated, whatever you can offer. Going very well. How interesting. Going very well. I was about to say I haven't fluffed anything up too badly so far, and I realised I know better than to say something stupid like that. Oh, I can speed up. .1 miles to Northfleet. That's the junction over to Ebbsfleet. Race Day still playing TSW since the Founders Edition. Wow, you've been playing the game for a long time then. That's brilliant. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So give me an example of what you're trying to do, SMRAO, and I'll after the scenario, I'll show you. Do you mean the Northeast Corridor, Elliot? No. I mean bits of it have been brought across because Long Island used the Penn section. And New York Trenton used everything west of Penn out to Newark from that route. There is another product I'd like to make out of it, which focuses on the freight. But I don't know when that will happen, or even if that will happen. Freight is always a tough sell. Yeah, well, if I can get this freight route out, the bridge will be in that one. Because the freight route focuses on our version focuses on the 4 yards: Fresh Pond, Oak Point, Hunts Point, and the Harlem River Terminal. So you'd be going over the Hellgate Bridge for that. Hey George Shannon, hey Goofy SFX. Swanscombe is coming up, crossing over HS1 at the moment. Blackpool, hey, yeah, the Blackpool branches route is something else. It really is. The team have really knocked it out of the park on that one. It's kind of a love letter to 1980s fans, BR Blue fans. Yeah, Yeah, and what I've seen is really, really stunning. The team share screenshots internally all the time, and it's just not only that they make a good job on the route, they've really mastered taking beautiful photographs as well. Absolutely stunning. Yeah, NEC was always my favourite freight route in the game, James Baby, as odd as that might sound initially. You know, I did all of the service mode freight for that one, but it was because it's an exciting area. There's an interesting area. There's lots of operational possibilities you can achieve with that bit of the route. And again, you know, different parts of the, you know, you could have longer things or shorter things. It was just, you can kind of make stuff up to fit the time that you had available, which was always, I like that in an offering, because you're not stuck with, oh, okay, if I want to do anything on this route, it's 2 hours at a time. Green height for blue water. Well, they've taken a long time to make Preston Blackpool Ormskirk, and a lot of that has been honing and refining their skills with the tools, but they are masters of their craft now. I'm pretty confident to say that. The 700, the train I'm driving, yeah, it's on the Peterborough route, but it only in reality runs King's Cross to Peterborough and back to King's Cross again. So all you see on our East Coast mainline route is the train at Peterborough coming in and going away again as an AI train. Green height for blue water, 70 miles an hour. It's only about a mile down the road. These stations are all quite close together. Couple left to go, I think, on this one. I can't remember how many third parties there are now, Luke. It's grown quite a bit lately. Hey, David. Hey, Billy. James Baby, drop me a DM with some, or write a suggestion up for it and send me a link to it. I'm interested to hear about that. I don't know how popular it would be as a product, but it's certainly something I'm interested to look into more. David, will TSW have a working ETCS? Probably at some point. No plans for it at the minute. I mean, there is the implementation that Rivet did for Luzerne Cersei. Sam Hartnett, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Surprised how quiet ITS have been regarding their TSW stuff. So, well, we don't put the gag order on people. Strongest possible advice that we give people, any of the third-party developers, is to just be quiet and get on with the stuff that they're doing and not talk about it until they've got it nearly finished. Because TSW community, I love you all lots, but once we tell you about something, it better be near release or you get very upset and angry and frustrated. Fast class 420, class 313, you know, it's so yeah, it's kind of like a You got to be really careful about how you talk to about things and when you talk about things, because the community very much expect now that when you talk about something, you're not far off releasing it. They just get frustrated and start thinking, why are you hyping this? So it's difficult to find a good balance, because I know that a lot of developers would like to talk really, really early on about things, but it tends to backfire in our experience and be a bad thing. Oh, there's a lot more than 7 now, Derek. True, yes, a loud minority. Let's call it that, Daytona. You like the mini HUD, do you, Blackpool? Yeah, it's one of my favourite things. Dartford at the end of this run, coming up in just under 2 miles. Well, one of the other things is that until you've got a lot of confidence with what you're producing and know exactly how things are going to go, and you can be pretty predictive about it, you're better off not talking to community about what you're doing, because again, it gets really frustrating if you think, oh, we're going to make this route. We've decided not to make that route. We're making this route. Yeah, that didn't quite work out. We cut this, we did this, we cut that, we changed this, and people then all of a sudden they don't know what they're talking. They don't know what to expect anymore. So it's kind of like, again, strongest recommendation is just to, figure the tools out and spend your time worrying about that, because you could do yourself more harm than good by talking about things too soon. I wasn't going to go do a bit of free roam, but SM Rail's having a bit of a problem with free roam. So did you have an example for me to try and show you what route and what train you're trying to do, SM Rail? Because I don't mind doing a quick 10-minute divert over to that, just to sort of show that. We're on a Southeastern route, but this is a Thameslink train, Billy. Train length button on the Vectron is literally what it says on the tin. What it'll do is when you press the button, then at the physical point, mess that up again. Yeah, that's because it's so loud and obvious. Excellent. Wait for it to stop. Wait for the timeout. Sorry, problem when I'm talking, I can't hear that thing at all. Got to wait for that timeout now before it'll let me release the brakes. Yeah, I didn't hear the alarm, Dylan. No plans for an FLU at the moment, Link Spotter. 2 hours in, Train Simulator Driver, 2 hours in. No, I'm not cheating, Dylan. Just wait for the timer and then the brake release button will come up. Somewhere over here. There you go. Bing. I don't think I've ever tasted chai tea, assuming you mean that. I'm more of a green tea, white tea type person. Heard that one. Sherman Hill with an Norfolk Southern GP38-2. And where are you spawning? And where do you want to send it? See you later, William. I know that one special day are doing a Steam event. That doesn't contribute to this particular thing, but obviously it'll contribute to the overall event that one special day are running. So I don't know whether it's only the stuff in the sale. I think it might be only stuff in the sale. I don't think it's everything. I'm not sure what's in the sale, to be honest. Oh, so is the problem some of the trains not spawning in a usable state then, SMRL? I'm aware of that. Some of the trains don't. One of the things that one of the physics guys has been working on, so I need to check in with him, and I'll probably send him a message. I'm actually off this week, so but I'll try and send him a message, and so that I can try and get an answer. You heard I can speak German? No. Nix Sprechen Deutsch is about as close as I get. How do you mean, does steam trains use a volumetric fog system, Blackpool map? I mean, volumetric fog is there on the routes. If you mean for smoke and stuff, they use their own particle system. Booted out of my chair unceremoniously by the AI driver there. Right. Right, I'm going to go and stretch my legs, freshen up my cup of tea before we carry on with the next one. We're on Cajon Pass next. So I'll be back shortly. Ah, righty. Should we put my headphones on? Right, let's just have a quick look at that free roam thing. So if we go Sherman, go free roam, and we go don't care. Just double check that is the problem with the train spawning incorrectly. Summit, which now has the summit sign on it. Yay! GP38. Correct. Green light. Is that what you're trying to do, SMRail? Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Totally not looking for a collectible. Right. Anyway, we did a free roam thing. So yeah, I need a bit more information about what you're having problems with there, SMRail. No, it's wondering about what is guys holding back on Unreal 5. The games like Payday 3, the firm bus have successfully upgraded without actual problems. Well, you don't know that. I heard also that Epic made tools to help you guys out. So there's a couple of things. First of all, when we upgrade from Unreal 423 to 426, it's about a 6-month job. Going up to Unreal 5 is going to be a significantly longer job than that. If you upgrade to the new version of Unreal, but you don't take advantage of all the new features of Unreal, there's no point doing it whatsoever. New features of Unreal, like Lumen, mean you have to do the lighting from scratch. Nanite mean you have to do your models differently. and can do your models differently. You can build things differently. You can light things differently. So if you're just bringing over what's there, then you're just getting no benefit. There's no point. Just it becomes a marketing feature to say, hey, we're on Unreal Engine 5. Yay. But, you know, it's a year's work for no benefit. I'd rather spend that year on something else. The other thing is that the underlying system that we use for the way that tiles link together, the way the world's streaming system works, is deprecated in Unreal 5. It's not supported properly. I think it still exists, but for how much longer we don't know. So that needs to change. Now that means that the way you build routes has changed substantially, because we heavily rely on that. Most games don't really need to rely on the world streaming system. They're perfectly fine with the normal maps. They're more than big enough. And that hasn't changed, but we massively rely on the world streaming stuff, and everything is built on top of that. We've also got thousands and thousands of lines of customizations to the Unreal Engine to improve it in ways that we need. We've completely changed how the whole system works, multi-threaded and so forth, in a number of very fundamental ways. So actually, we're barely using Unreal Engine 4, really. It's based on Unreal Engine 4, but it's quite heavy customization on Unreal Engine 4. So you can't use any automated tools to bring the stuff across, because that doesn't take into account everything that we're doing differently to Unreal Engine 4. So bottom line, it's not a 5-minute job. There are no tools that can help you really do the whole thing easier. And there are some, if you're not going to build it up using the new system, I don't see the point. It's just a marketing benefit, and I don't want to waste time and money on a marketing benefit like that. I want substantial improvements, so I'd rather spend that time on actual improvements to the game. Otherwise, why would you do it? Honestly, what's the point? It just means that you can say, hey guys, we're Unreal Engine 5, but it looks the same. Yeah, well, it does, of course it does. Sorry, a little bit of a rant, but it comes up a lot. It's like, well, why do you want Unreal Engine 5? What do you think it gives? Because it probably doesn't if you don't do it properly. Right, so we are on the ES44C4 on Cajon Pass. Didn't you guys bring some features of UE5 into UE4? No, we've brought some bug fixes of UE5 into UE4. Well, not features, just some bug fixes. Right, this is U-LACHOU. I put it down as 606, and there's 2 of them. San Bernardino to Victorville. Victorville to Barstow. Oh, San Bernardino to Victorville. I had it down as being a 2-hour allowance, which is this one, probably. So I'm going to make it summer again. Make it light clouds so that it doesn't get rainy and nasty. Volumetric clouds are UE4, yeah. Do I like UP or BNSF more? I don't have a preference, I've got to be honest. Right, chin field on, reverse it in and forwards. We'll cut in. Lead, brake, yeah. Independent brake on, that's on minimum, good. We've got signal. See. Right, let's go ahead and cut the brakes out. Donations! What have we got here? Eleanor Neal, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. That's pushing us up to £3,118. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Neil. You know, UE5 is in the future. It's got to be in the future, knows. So it's not about begrudgingly saying no, it's not happening ever, but it's about doing it right and making sure it's done with good reason and you get the benefits out that you're looking for. One of the things I'm not sure about is whether or not developers can even distribute an editor for a UE5 game. Has anyone done that yet? Brake cylinders off. That's off. We're generating power. Let's just go bright orcs on the headlights on the front. Oh, hello. We finally got the brakes off. Oh, banking com. This train's on the back, bored out of their minds. Put the brakes back on again, and let's hit this time. We'll hit banking com and see if it works. I may need to start again because you get this out of order, it doesn't work always. Oh, that's better. Sounds like they're revving up this time. Yeah, we can see tractive effort building at the back. Should be a better run now. This is the ES44C4, Billy. Oh, I know that. I'm convinced of that, Manda Pie, because a number of times I've asked people, why do you want UE5? And the answer is, well, it's better, isn't it? Well, yes, but... I've heard mixed feedback on performance. Some people saying it's harder on performance, some people saying it's better. I think the answer is that it depends how you use it. It's like UE5 offers some new tools, same as UE4 offers a bunch of tools, and you can use them where, efficiently or inefficiently. Or some tools will work for certain scales, whereas other tools will work different, better or worse for different scales of task. UE5 should be better at big worlds. It's got a much better world streaming system than UE4 does, Train Simulator Driver. So, it is a solid foundation to build on. I've already got a full stack of helper locos on this manway. I've got, 4 on the front? I've got 4 on the back as well. So one of the reasons you don't really see the limit of world size within TSW is because of how much work we've done with their world streaming system, Boing Boing. We layered a lat long system over it with UTM and so forth to put a world coordinate system on it. Oh, it's interesting. So I didn't know whether anyone had done a public UE5 editor for their game. So if people are doing it, that's good. That alleviates one of my concerns. Yeah, what we call in here, 12,500 tons, nearly 6,000 feet. Got a light. This is I think a 3080 or a 3090 Hello service. Slow old going getting out of this yard, isn't it? We're in San Bernardino at the moment, I think. Or is it Barstow? No, Barstow's at the top, isn't it? Oh, we've got a downhill run going on now, that's why. Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Nuno One. I've seen lots of people saying it's their favourite route in the game, so I think everyone's mileage varies on these things. So if it's not to your taste, that's, you know, completely fair. But I hear a lot of people really enjoying in fact saying they enjoy it more than they enjoy most American routes. Scotsman is a loco DLC that works on a number of routes, but comes with gameplay for East Coast mainline, WQ. Scotsman wouldn't fit on Spirit of Steam really, point, because it's a modern day recreation of how 60103 is today, whereas Spirit of Steam is a period 1960s route, so you'd ideally want Scotsman as it was in the 1960s for that. You can free roam it obviously or do scenario planner, but I don't think we're planning on putting it down on there on a layer. No, I'm just basing it on the comments I see from people. I don't even know what the sales numbers are. I'm just looking at the comments I'm seeing from people. And I think you actually probably got the most negative feedback I've seen on the route to date. Most people telling me they like it. All I'm saying is everyone's view is different. You're entitled to your opinion, but so are other people. You had to fly in Scotsman, fly on. It's Transpennine. Yes, I saw. Is there a BR Black version of the Scotsman? I've no idea what's on Creators Club. Fair enough, no one. Fair enough. Moving on. I've no idea what my playtime is on Steam. Hello, service. I spend a lot of my time on Xbox or on other accounts, so it doesn't even include probably half of my playtime. Hey, Roy, how's it going? I don't know why they keep having the new tag only me. It's supposed to be a few days, like 30 days, I think, and then they disappear. So I need to get to a UI engineer and find out what's going on. Yeah, I'm going to speed up. CEO of Dovetail is John Rissick. Has been for quite a long time now. No, John wasn't CEO at the beginning. Paul Jackson was the founder and CEO. But Paul handed over to John quite a long time ago. Producer Derek, executive producer. JD's communication director, I think. Or director of community, something like that. After this, we're doing Nidatal service, yes. Complete change of pace. Sleepy backwater German branch line. I think Sam described himself yesterday as freelance game wizard. He doesn't work for DTG anymore, though. .4% upgradient at the moment. Does he have a cape and a pointy hat? Knowing Sam, yes. Many. Is there a screen on the Norfolk Southern GP38? That's a bit old school for screens, isn't it? Nidatal, I'm running Regional Barn 7058, whatever that's doing. So I think there's a westbound service, I don't know. Yeah, we don't implement PTC on any of the US trains, Train Simulator Realistic, so that'll just be blank. Or with a screen intentionally left blank scene sign on it. A bit like this one. It's mint 6 to 8 for Nidatal Barn. Red one is too late for that route. I'm on run 8 now, on all 8 vehicles. Oh yeah, that's PTC, sorry. Yeah, that's what our implementation of PTC does currently. Going up the shallow grade. But it's still going to slow down and chug for a bit. Excuse me, I'm going to munch a bit of food while we coast a bit. I haven't got to actively do much to drive, not until we get to the German one, where I have to pay attention to this one. I just babysit this one. Right, what I might do is just turn the camera off a bit while I eat. I'm still here though, so I'll chat with you, and I'll be back shortly. WR Phil, thank you for that donation. Very much appreciated. That puts us at 3,123. Thank you very much. Elliot, can you expand on that question? I don't quite follow what you mean. that was that. Any donations? No. Take that as a hint if you wish. We're on the 2.2% rise now. I think it's pretty much a slog from this moment on. Just check on the pause screen. Oh, I wasn't connected to the game, would be better. Yep, pretty much a slog from here on in to Summit. I'd need to look into the precise details of it, Elliot. I can't remember. I mean, fundamentally it's going to be the same, but it's probably mimicking more of a semaphore type system with distance. I don't know without looking at the detail of it. I know when I've seen signals, there's been a lot of signals which have been distance essentially, working like distance rather than working like a multi-block system. There's still a single block system, but with distance. I do occasionally drink black tea service, but I prefer green. Green's also a bit better for you insofar as any tea is good for you. Max, not aware of any change to the Harlem line trains. If you want to ping me a video link so I can take a look, I'll try and repro it and ask the team what happened there. I think this is track 3's line over on the right hand side, if I remember rightly. A little ways up here, we part ways with it. Yeah, up here is where we part ways, take the shallow grade. Well, it runs up to 3 point something. Hey, thanks for that, Train Simulator Realistic. We tried quite hard to get the power weights and so forth right on this one. Put a lot of effort into that. We got a lot of feedback on also matching up the max horsepower per tonne for the different journeys across the different grades as well, to try and make sure the power was right across that. So yeah, it seems to work quite well. None of the trains feel overpowered or underpowered. Is Brightline still affiliated with Virgin? Or did Virgin now pull out of Brightline? because this is LiDAR terrain, but without the new material texture on it. Amazing how much difference it looks, doesn't it? Virgin did, but I thought I'd seen something about Virgin pulling out. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realise that. Train Simulator realistic. I must admit, I thought 4 at the front, 4 at the back felt a bit heavy-footed. So that makes sense. Oh, they are driving on the left-hand side of the road, aren't they? Oh dear, oh dear. This is the problem when English people make American roads. I had to get them to go and fix all of Harlem Lane because that was all laid left-hand drive as well, originally. Total does not include gift aid, I don't think, Phil. Hello. A Palmdale cut-off over there. Martin P, why can't you play Castle and Cajon? Are they not showing up as owned? Tushar, you can make your own track in the editor already. See you later, Paul. When you got Train Simulator 3, did you buy a disc edition or did you buy digital edition? If you bought a disc, then the back end doesn't know what you own. I love that bit of blazing missing scenery there. Or is that cloud all over it? Oh, it looks like the terrain tile hasn't loaded. Maybe it'll load as we get closer. See you later, Elliot. What was I saying? Yes, if you got a disc edition, Martin, then it may be that you need to contact our support team. In fact, either way, contact our support team, explain how you got the different add-ons that you're missing, and they'll work out what the solution is to fix it for you. We did Glasgow yesterday, Connor. What sort of BREMU would you like to see, Nuno? You had it on Game Pass. Remember that when you got something on Game Pass, you don't keep it once it comes off Game Pass. Unless you bought it on Game Pass. That makes sense. Did you buy TSW 4 on Microsoft Store? No plans for check routes at the moment, Tarek? Could also be an Eastern region rust bug. Well, like a 312 or something. Must admit, I quite like the idea of a 312, but no, I want to see some slam door traffic as well. I keep putting I've got a couple of proposals that I've got that I keep trying to find a slot for, which are for some slam door stock. No, but you could buy. You couldn't. Well, no, I think all the routes were available individually, or you could buy Train Sim World 3, which would get you them. So if you only had it via Game Pass as a freebie, then once it was removed from Game Pass, then all the content would have been taken back away because you only had it while it was on there. If you want them back, then you'll need to buy them through Train Sim by buying the routes. I think the routes are individually available, aren't they? So did the Birmingham starter pack? I think that only had Birmingham in it, though, didn't it? I don't think that. Or did that have the US routes as well? I honestly can't remember. But Martin, what I'd suggest is, rather than me sitting here guessing, explain it to our support people, and they will tell you what happened, what the situation is and what you need to do, or what they can do to help. Probably much better than me guessing. The most sort of exciting fires I've seen are the one I remember the American trains are the ones I can't remember what they're called, but it's a particular situation the train can get in where essentially it starts jetting flames out of the exhaust, and you kind of have to just wait for it to run itself out. I think it's to do with the turbos. Yeah, is it turbo fires mod Derek that I'm thinking of? The fire kind of self-feeds itself and it goes crazy. Yeah, revs up and then can't be stopped unless you suffocate it because it feeds itself. It's incredible to watch and devastating to the loco, obviously, but... We haven't said goodbye to track 3 yet, I don't think. Nope. Little way until we do. Tarek, when should you expect Formation Designer? I don't have an update on that. We had a good build review at the end of last week. Of where it was. Now it's back in our builds internally. So this week while I'm off work, they're going to be collecting together the estimates for the tasks we identified and the changes that needed. When I come back, I'll have a better idea then of what there is left and how long it will take, and hopefully by then they'll have figured out who is going to do it as well. I don't work with the TSC team, no. That's led up by Steve Dark. Updated suspension. I'm waiting for an update on that, actually. Last I spoke with them, they had a plan of what they were going to do. So I'm waiting for an update from that. How many trains in the game? I don't know. Quite a lot. And how many countries? Well, there's UK, Germany, and the US, obviously. Austria, Switzerland, France, Canada, I think. In total, that is, sorry, including the DLC. It's UK, US, and Austria in the core game. I'm not sure the gradient, if it put the gradient there, it would actually be enough definition to really see it too much. I don't know. And by the time we put the other stuff in there, I'm not sure that might get a bit confusing. So we're doing a pass on the track monitor at the moment to get things like track markers in, projective markers in, and that sort of thing, which requires a redesign of the way it looks because it just looks too cluttered at the moment now. And we'll do that as the next pass, and then we'll maybe continue to look at it if there's more to be done. You can already take the speed limit indicator off, except for the save isn't working. That's under settings. Not a plan at the moment to take the slope indicator off, no. But there are other plans that I want to do on there, so I want to make some changes to the mini HUD. So all I'll say is hang on until until I can come back to you on a list of things that we're doing. And I've already put my changes forward. I'm waiting for the dev management team to come back with when they can get it done. No, the track monitor is not customizable, Beastie Bill. Maybe later on. Hey, Transportation UK, how are you doing? Oh, I missed the donation. Nigel, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. 31.33, so that's what, £67 from 3,200. How many cars? A lot. This is 90 cars, including 8 locos, 12,500 tons. Hey, Ashish, how you doing? I much prefer going downhill to going uphill, but I always go downhill, so I thought I'd try something different. Oh, hello. Another one coming down. Like, this is using the new container wagons, you can tell, because it's in 3 coupled sets. Hey, I'm here. How's it going? The 66 is there in real life because of Route 66, the road. Oh, SD70 ACE are coming down, look. Hey, John McGlade. Hauling up at 2.1%. I think this is 2.1% on the shallow grade the entire way. That train would have been coming down the steep grade, track 3. I think this is track 1, isn't it? Isn't this the original route that we're on? Track 2 was then added to double up, and track 3 was... No, track 3 was the original one. Track 3 was the original one. Then I think this one was added, and then the other one was added to double it up. No, the AC, BNSF AC is a separate DLC, Marku. These are mine, Dark Lucifer. I have several pairs of them. My younger sister wouldn't be caught dead wearing pink headphones. 1.6%. Oh, hello. We might speed up. Yeah, we are speeding up. I'm just going to turn the camera off. I'm still around. I just want to get up and stretch my legs while we're needing to do too much with the train. But I'm still here. I could just stand up and talk to the microphone instead. Florian, I think the problem with the ST70 ACE compared to the C4 is to do more with the braking on. So one of the things, for example, the C4 does properly, I say properly in terms of the other limitations, is that it will remote control things like the loco brakes. So you get better dynamic brake control because the loco brakes can reset across the train. See you later, Global. Yeah, kind of. I think the part of the problem is the ST70X doesn't have that fix, so you're not operating loco brakes across the train in the same way that you do on the C4. But the key thing is to remember that when you apply your air brakes, you need to bail off the loco brakes before your dynamic brakes will work. That is true on both of them. But I think what you might find is that if the ST70 ACE is leading the train, it's not sending the message back to the other ones, so they're probably not using dynamic brakes because they're not bailing off their locos. I think. Oh, have you stopped doing your completionist thing with routes, Jason? I thought you played a route until you'd finished it before you moved on to the next one. ES44, Florian. But yeah, the ES44 runs a tree. You're growing as a person, Jason. Oh, we have another donation. Transportation UK, thank you very much for that donation. £20, much appreciated. That gets a total to 3153. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Oh, it's better. We've got a number of characters on the different routes, Jason. You'll find each of them stalking you. Well, it's a bit like this one, I Rouge Clover. You know, I feel like I could get a couple of hours work done while I make this. I think it's too far now until we split. No, it isn't. It's right up here, and then we'll start winding our way up the curve, the slow way. Thank you very much, Black Belt. So those of you that play the American freight like this, what's your favourite routes and what is it you like about them? I think Cajon's probably my favourite of the routes. Sandpatch probably my second favourite. I like all the variety on Sandpatch. It's also got a special place in my heart being the route that we took 2.5 years to make. Being the first route we did in TSW. All those first moments of sort of transformational moments of this is what a new train simulator is going to look like occurring, which was really fun. Sandpat's great, coming up a bit there in the responses. Yeah, there's plenty to do, isn't there? I'd like to go back and do a pass to give it big long trains. It's kind of the only thing it's really missing now. Oh man, well, you got Clinchfield as your number 2. Yeah, actually Clinchfield I really enjoy as well. I ran Clinchfield yesterday for a couple of hours. Go, diverging away from track 3. Florian, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Going to go a slightly circuitous way so that we can maintain a lower gradient, but we all end up in the same place ultimately. I'd like to see a U-boat in general, Derek, has to be said. I always like to drive the UB E36B in TS Classic. They just got, it's the short noses I quite like. It stands them out apart from the EMDs. You like Peninsula Corridor Black Belt? Is that with or without the baby bullet? I presume with. What about the MP15? How'd you get on with that? So we're not going to be doing ScotRail today, Connor. When will we see DLC for TSW4? Well, there's a roadmap document which sort of gives you an idea of all of the DLC for the rest of the year, Steve. So have a look at the latest roadmap document. Some long distance Amtrak stock would be really good to add, totally agree. I know there is a third party developer on the forums who has started on the P42, which is looking good so far, so it'll be interesting to see how that project continues. Road. Ironically, we're higher than that one, but that's because we're taking a longer journey to get here. Oh, that's interesting, only me. That doesn't sound right. I'll add it to my list of issues with the scoring system. Blue Games, yeah, LiDAR was used on this route, but it didn't have the advantage of the new material which is used. So what you're seeing is LiDAR data with the old material system, which is why you can see lots of detail in in the shape of the landscape, but it's fairly simple texturing. Still orders of magnitude better than it was without LiDAR, but nowhere near to the level of clarity and crispness you get on Antelope and Vorarlberg. Andrew Lounsby, the problem with the original NEC route is it didn't really make sense in terms of Amtrak traffic. It wasn't a good route, even at the concept level. Sure, Jason. See you later, Liam. Doing an ECML service after Nidtal, Connor. You've been running CSX freight on NEC routes. Nice, Andrew. Oh dear, dear, oh dear. Going up them or down them, Daniel? Big Cat 4, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. What are we now? 3158. It's tremendous. Thank you very much. Not too far. I'm 3200 now. Big Cat, this is Cajon Pass. We're taking the shallow line up gradient, heading towards Victorville. The new clouds really set it off, don't they? Make a big difference to how the routes look. Really happy with how the clouds have gone. Kind of like, always used to be the case that the clouds are always just a bit whereas with the new system it's just so much better. How we doing? Still holding 20 miles an hour. You shouldn't be seeing CSX trains on an LA route, no. That's road. That's road. Where are? Right. Will be a fair distance away then. Got more donations. Awesome. Family Amar, thank you very much for the donation. You rounded us up to 3,200. Awesome. Thank you very much, Family Amar. Phenomenal. Would that be Aymar, wouldn't it? Amar, the Family Amar. ASD Coles doing well. We just hit 3,200. Stunning. Funny you should say. That was what I just went to get those. I am struggling a little bit. It's kind of that time of the day. It'd be answer to almost anything, yeah, really. Likewise. Someone says, oi you, I look up. This is where it joins, and Summit is around this sort of area. We're not far off the top now. See you later, Black Belt. Magomed, Router is something I want to add, but in terms of it's the usual answer, I'm afraid. When there's something to talk about, we'll talk about it. You normally create trains or routes first. They're both done simultaneously. They both take a long time to do. No public edited session today, Tisha. The new CPU, a new suspension. I don't know how demanding it is. Not, I think, not especially. Will it go on to freight wagons too? Yes, I believe it is. One of the demos that the guys sent me was of it on the Oakville tankers. And you know when you load them up And now with the new suspension, you can see them being weighed down on the suspension. See that, Derek? Whether or not that makes it to release or not, I don't know. But yeah, it was interesting to see. Not far from top now. Daz, so you survived the day out of Francis. Really enjoyed it, to be honest. Really enjoyed it. Clearly, someone who likes his trains. Oh, we know. 17 miles. Well, we've travelled 3 whole miles. It's all done. Long time since I played Farming Sim, Tasha. Although Farming Sim 2022 is on PS5's freebies this month, so I did pick that up. So I might have another play when I get some time. Well, I'm off this week, so I might have some time. I've got a bunch of stuff I want to get done. I've not been on a Greater Anglia trains yet, no, not the new ones. Cameron rides them, he loves them, but I've not been on them yet. But then again, I've not even been on a 345 yet. Hey Andy, how's it going? I noticed that, is it Hornby are doing a 00 scale model of the 745s. Little bit interested in maybe getting one of those at some point. That looked really good. Although they're only going up to the 4 car. Yeah, total's been going up very, very nicely, Andy. Lines are converging now. This is the link line over from the Palmdale cutoff. This is track 3, the steep one, and then this is us coming up the middle. Yeah, doing the 3 and the 4 car versions, yeah. I wonder if they'll do extra vehicles to make the 4 car up to the like the intercity version. We've all been there, old man. We've all been there. We know that pain. More donations in there. We've got Praxide, Mon, and we've got Andy. Thank you very much, both of you. Which ones we're now on? 3231. Coming up nicely. Lines have merged and the level is gradient's leveling out now, so it's time to begrudgingly start paying attention again. This will shift to a downward turn. It's a gentle downward run, but a downward run nevertheless. Spent most of the past few days sleeping, oh dear. That's it, now we're speeding up, downhill gradient, cut the power. Probably find that I'll stop us accelerating and start slowing down because majority of the train is still on the uphill still, I think, but that will change. Put into dynamic brake. Nelly Bod, the editor is out now, only works with TSW4. But yeah, it's available as a free download on the Epic Game Store. But it works with the Steam version of the game if you upgrade over there. Oh, I'd hate to work night shift, Beastie Bill. It depends when the night shift is, but, you know, for me, I'm okay until about 3 a.m. Once you get to 3 a.m., it's like the shutters come down hard, and then I struggle. There's like a couple of times in the past, maybe once here, I've had to do a full night, overnight, and the sort of 3 a.m. until 6, 7 a.m. is just terrible. It's not productive at all. Yeah, I'm looking at getting distance markers added in on the HUD. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. No, my previous place would get to, you know, there was a bit where we had to do an emergency rewrite on a large chunk of code. Frustrating story. But we had to do an emergency rewrite on a large chunk of the system. And effectively for 2 months, we were doing Monday through Tuesday, Wednesday a late night, Thursday through Friday. So two overnighters with a long day between them. And we did that for 2 months. I mean, we were different people by the end of that 2 months. We were a shadow of ourselves. But it got to where the pattern I got into was that once I hit the wall, we went out and bought sleeping bags, and we would basically get 3 hours or 4 hours sleep once we hit the wall, and then carry on again, because we found we were just wasting our time. Oh, speed is slowly starting to come up again now. Let's get a bit more dynamic brake edged in. I'm a night owl, Daniel, but like I said, up until 3 o'clock, and then I become a sleepy night owl. But then bearing in mind that I'm also up to start work at 9 o'clock as well. Yeah, I can imagine, Andy. .6% downgrade. We're currently managing our speed on our dynamics. We'll see how we get on. I'll probably chuck some air on in a minute, but we've got plenty of headroom. We're at 37 in a 50, so... Hey, Red Mozzie, how are you doing? I missed another donation. Paul Wilkinson, thank you very much, Paul. Very much appreciated. Putting us at 3261, ever closer to 3300. Where's the speedo? Down here on the left-hand screen, 39 miles per hour. Right, so we're at max dynamic brake and we're still gaining speed. That's good. That means we have enough momentum to stick a minimum brake application on. Let that take effect. We should see the speed coming down, and then we can just tune it with the dynamic brakes as needed. Take a minute for the whole... Oh, hang on, I need to bail off so that the dynamic brakes come back. There they come. Go. We are just about slowing down, so I'm just going to leave it like this for the time being. I've got no headroom at the moment on the dynamic brakes for more, but now that as the wagon brakes eventually coming, because it takes a few minutes for the wagons to fully take on their brakes, because it takes ages for the brake pipe to drop down the length of the train, and as it does, more and more and more wagons take on brakes. You can see that we're now slowing down, so now I can afford to drop the dynamic brake. So I'm going to drop the dynamic brake a bit, and then we'll see where we end up with throttle wise or speed wise. Yeah, dynamic brakes are pretty much your most essential tool for downhill running, Daniel. Actually slowing down still even, so I'm gonna, because dynamic brakes react pretty quickly, so you can cut your power a bit and fairly quickly see how the train reacts to it. In an ideal world, you've managed to find a balance where you're on mid power on the dynamics. That way you've got enough room that you can put more on or take more off. Can't hear on any sound. Train spots up. That's interesting. From any train or any route, then the menu blips, none of that stuff. What is bail off? So when you apply your brakes on the air system, it applies it across the entirety of the train, including your locomotives. So if you look at our train here, we have got 4 locomotives and we've got all of the wagons, all the freight cars behind us. When you apply the automatic brake, which is the main lever, the main handle, this one, it will drop the brake pipe pressure down, and that results in the brakes applying everywhere across the entire train, including, you'll notice, the brake cylinder value going up. If you have any pressure in the brake cylinders, your dynamic brakes stop working because they shouldn't be used together when speeding up. So let me tile up the dynamics a bit. So what you do is you would bail off, and bail off releases the locomotive brakes only. So at the moment I'm showing nothing on the brake cylinder because these 4 vehicles do not have loco brakes at the moment. They've turned them off. I bailed them out. But all of these vehicles here are running with their brakes on, right? So we still have air brakes on the train, just not on the locos, and that then leaves the dynamic brake free to run. So if you need the dynamic brakes, you need to bail off to clear out those brakes. I hope that makes sense. What I would suggest is I did do a tutorial, it's a long video, but where I've explained the ins and outs and upside downs and everything of how how brake systems, in particular American brake systems, work. So, and that it covers out how all this stuff works in a lot more detail. I think I drew pictures even, scarily enough. So, and there's demonstration, and I even fired up the editor with a bit of simulgraph, so you could see, actually using the simulgraph debugger, what was actually going on. So if you want to master American trains going down hills, then I definitely recommend mastering how brakes work on trains, because it's not trivial. Really rewarding when you get it right, though. We're not continuously generating shaders. I don't know where you're getting that from. The microstarters are coming from a number of things, but the shader cache is all done by the display driver. I mean, to be honest, I'm outside of my technical knowledge. All I know from what I've been told is Unreal is doing things, and the display driver generates them, the shaders. If you then rerun the route again, you won't get that problem again. It's about 80% of stutters is this shader cache being saved by the display driver. We don't have a way of pre-generating it at the moment, which is kind of the ultimate solution. Oh, hello, gradient's changed. I'm going to kill the dynamic brakes. Just evaluate the change to the speed on that one. Probably still need to cut the air brakes because they're only on a 0.1% down. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the air brakes. Now, if you cut the air brakes, you are committing to not have the air brakes now for a little while. Which on this gradient is fine because I can always dial in air and dynamic brakes if I need to. But essentially, I need to wait for the rear of the train to be back up to full. Now, from a minimum service, it's not too bad because there's usually a quick charge reservoir on all the wagons to pump it straight back up. Is there a mod around who can share a link to the braking video? So we're back on the 0.5% again now. Yeah, I'll need to be a mod to share the link, boing boing. It's on the Train Sim World official channel, so if you look for it on there, you should be able to find it. This is quite a hard route, Paul. I mean, it's quite hard in terms of, you know, staying focused when you're going uphill, because it's a little bit boring going uphill. But it doesn't take much to lose it going downhill. And unless you understand a lot of what's going on, once you've lost it and recovered it, if you then don't understand what's going on from that, it becomes much easier to lose it again, essentially. Because if the brakes haven't fully recharged by the time you get set off, then you might find you haven't got enough brakes. And even when you do what you did before, it won't do the same thing. It looks like you just constantly lost your brakes. I see people on the forums saying, oh, the brakes don't work on this route. They do, but American brakes on long freight trains are not trivial. But like I said, once you figure it out, it's incredibly rewarding. It's really good fun. Right, let's pop that minimum set back on. And let's get a little bit on the aerodynamics. Right, so here's a good example. So I applied the air brake, I've got my dynamics on, but nothing's happening. You notice BC is at 15. So if I now bail off, it releases the loco brakes. As soon as they're off, up comes the dynamic brake. And you can hear it spinning up as well. And a dynamic brake is a lot more effective than a loco brake. A lot more effective, which is why you can see that I'm now slowing down, other than the fact that I've also changed gradient. Hey CK Sim Gaming, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Ages of boredom followed by ages of panic. Moments of panic. Yeah, I get that. I really do. Dial that dynamic brake back just a bit. The other thing to remember is if you feel you need to add a little bit more air, now I'm only using a minimum set, the absolute minimum you can put on the air brakes, and that's normally enough for a lot of it. But if you're going down with this train this way, going down track 3 westbound, which is the steep 3.5% gradient, you will need to put extra air on. And as you put extra air on, you'll find that it refills the loco brake again. So you need to remember every time you add more air to the system to keep bailing off. Back on a 1.5% now, so I can now balance these gradient changes by just adjusting my dynamic brakes, whereas if you were using your air brakes, you'd be constantly applying, releasing. You'd run out of air at some point fairly soon. Each time you do that, you get less brakes. You might find that to get a minimum set, you're having to move the lever further and further and further, and eventually you run out of place to move it. Congratulations, that means you run out of air. It's tricky. Just slam into emergency and wait for it to recharge. What I find people do those stuff nuggets is they'll put it into emergency and stop the train, but because they don't understand how the brake system works, once the train starts going again, they assume the brakes are released, which they have. But the assumption is that means that they are ready to apply again, and they're not. It could be 15 minutes before they're ready to apply again. Yes, it will become a runaway train if you run out of air on the brakes. The only option you have then is the emergency reservoir. It's the first thing to be refilled if it's recharging everything. So the idea is that it's always available to bring the train to a stop. But yeah, it's the reason the emergency reservoir exists is to arrest a runaway train. You've got to drive particularly badly to not have an emergency brake available to you. Shoved from all the wagons. Got the dynamic brakes dialed back in again because I dialed them off while we were on the 1.0%, but then we've been on the 1.5 for a bit. I've just been letting the speed come up a bit. to get us where we're going. 9 miles to go. So I find this kind of speed management using all these combination of brake systems to be probably some of the most fun you can have in the game. You know, at a simple level, we're just driving down a straight piece of track, but actually, you know, this is where it all lives. All the action's happening on this screen down here. Dynamic brakes become less effective the faster you go, so I'm actually going a bit fast for dynamic brakes really, but which is why I'm needing a lot of dynamic brakes. Different trains run at different rates. Now this is only a shallow grade, I'm on a 1% gradient as well, which helps. If you're going down a really steep grade and you want the most power, you probably don't want to go more than about 30 mile an hour. That's kind of the peak performance for dynamics. They still offer braking power. You can see I'm still getting benefit, I'm still slowing down. But if I was doing 30 miles an hour, I'd be getting a lot more braking force than I am right now. Think of the performance to be like a curve, not a curve, a pointy hill. There's a peak performance, and then it gets less and less as you go faster again. Going down the 3.5% to the 3.5% of track 3, you want to have maximum control, so you want to stay around 30 mile an hour. Whereas down this bit, which is relatively shallow, it's all right. I can happily run a bit faster. I don't need as much brake force to come out the dynamic brake, so I can let the train run a bit faster. Bad cat. This is Cajon Pass. Yeah, PZB on German routes is kind of one of the other key places where there's lots of fun to be had in the game. So what we're doing, Suggs, is we're going to look at putting a speedometer up here next to the speed limit on the mini HUD. Yes, I am using dynamic and air brakes together, Animal, but you can't mix them on the loco. So this is where bailing off comes in. So I've got air brakes on the train. So you notice my brake pipe is down at 82 psi, down from 90 psi. 90 would mean the brakes were released. So 82 means I've got air brakes on the rest of the train. But what I've done is I've bailed them off, released them on the locos only, which then means the dynamic brakes are on the locos. So the locos here are running dynamic brake only, but because I've lowered the brake pipe pressure, these are all running on air brakes. It's quite an effective system. Once you get the hang of it, it's amazing. Trying to come up with a way to have brakes that work for 2 mile long trains is a difficult problem, and this is quite an effective solution for quite a difficult problem. I mean, the ideal solution, I guess, would be to have the equivalent of EP brake system, so that you'd have direct control electronic control over all the brakes. There would be no latency. You wouldn't have to worry about a brake pipe except for providing air to the system. But then the cost of a wagon would escalate enormously. And the problem is when an EP brake system fails, I'm just going to cut the dynamic brakes off, let us speed up a bit. We're on a 1.6 down, which means we are going to speed up now. But we're going a bit slow here. Yeah, but an EP brake system is great until it goes wrong. You don't need to hold the bail off lever continuously, just until it's finished bailing off. And then you need to reapply it if you want to. So if I applied a bit more air brake now, I won't, but if I applied more air brake now, you'd find the BC number going back up. Bail it off, cuts the air brakes out on the loco, and then vents the brake cylinder. And once it's done, you can then release the bail off again. But if you do it too early, so if you press the add air, and it's still dropping the brake pipe pressure down, and you bail it off too quickly, then the brake pipe pressure continues going down. It will still add more to it. So what I generally do is I'll apply air and immediately put it in bail off, and then I'll wait until I'm convinced, I'm sure the BP is finished going down, and then I'll release it. Keep an eye on the brake cylinder pressure, make sure it doesn't go up, and then I'll relax and leave it alone. 6.5 miles from Victorville. We didn't have dynamic brakes with the steam engines to Chartres, so it would have limited how long the train could be, or you'd, we just put limits on what you can do, whereas with dynamic brakes you've got a bit more braking capability. Or you'd have just relied on the air brakes entirely, which works, it's just much more awkward. This is much more, much less error prone. Five and a half miles. More air brakes on there. We're on a 1.6 gradient. We're actually exceeding the speed limit now, actually. I want to go big on the dynamics and haul us back. The other thing to remember is that with the fact that speed determines the efficacy of the dynamic brakes, as I slow down, so the amount of the braking force I deliver will go up, because I'm above the peak at the moment. So as the train slows down, then I will be getting to the peak. So you keep an eye on it. It'll be slowing down, and it'll suddenly start slowing down more and more and more towards around 30 mile an hour, where it's at about the peak braking force, and then it will become less effective again down as it goes down. So keep an eye on it, because you're getting uneven brake force essentially. Remaining distance is here. I've got it on the little pop-up thing. You can see as we're slowing down, the effort is going up. £43,000 of force. 44. We're slowing down faster and faster and faster now as we get close to 46. So you see, actually, that effort will start to drop soon as we get to the other side of the peak effort. I'm just going to do that just to see where it is. 49, 50. You always need to air brake to stop animal. Electric brakes become, as you'll see from this, as the train slows down, the effort will actually start falling off again. Because if you think about how a dynamic brake works, it needs the train to move to generate resistance. So if it's the slower it goes, the less resistance it can generate. The effort force is going up quite rapidly now as we continue to slow down. It's slowly coming down. There you go, look. So as soon as we hit down to a lower level, it's dropped in efficacy. So we can't stop the train with this. Or release the dynamic brakes. Now that's gone back to green. I can need to release the brakes actually at this point. We're only on a 0.7 grade, so I don't need the air brakes on. So you can see the brake equalising resin brake pipe have come back up, which means that over the next 2 or 3 minutes all the wagons will get pumped up with air. And we're all ready. You can confirm that brakes are off. No, if you're light loco animal, then you want to use your loco brakes. In fact, if you're light loco, just use your loco brakes, because effectively your train brake and your loco brake are doing the same thing. If there's no wagons, so you might as well use the loco brake because it's easier to control than the air brake. It's faster as well. We're just letting the train roll now. If you've got wagons behind you, then you'll want to stop on the air brake so that you've got everything helping you stop. Air brake on. Just going to leave it on loco brake at the moment, on the loco as well, because I'm not using the dynamics at the minute. The local, 4 SDs. He's waiting to cross over. And then we're running up to Victorville, just up here where the mine is. Or the, I don't remember, what is it at Victorville? Cement, is it? Animal suppression means suppressing alarm systems normally. So it means that, so in American, like if you think about Northeast Corridor, the suppression setting is the right braking setting to allow you to comfortably switch off the alarm, and the safety system knows that you will stop as you need to stop. We don't stream so much anymore, Dave, but yeah, Dad does do the model railway stuff. Dynamic braking is the same root cause as regenerative braking, but generally in the case of like this train, the dynamic braking is just basically ending up venting out resistor banks out there, so you're just losing the power. You send all of the power you're regenerating into resistor banks, make them really hot, and then blast really big fans on them to cool them down, and that's pretty much how dynamic braking works. Some dynamic braking in the UK works similar, and some of them will put the power back up into the overheads. I think the Pendo does that. Hey DevTech, how's it going? caused a bit of a traffic jam by experimenting with brakes. What time am I streaming till? About midnight UK time. Which is what, 8 hours away? Yeah, the dynamic brake is outputted as heat. Some of the power will be used to drive the fans, and the rest of it dumped into the resistor banks that the fans will then cool. A lot of the noise, actually, when you hear trains coming down, if you listen on YouTube videos to these trains coming down the hill, most of the noise is the fans cooling the resistor banks down. I am at the office, Dave. "10,000 feet to termination." Just about clear of this junction. I suspect that one will want to come after me, running on the right-hand side, and then this one will then want to come down that way. See you later, Beastie Bill. Welcome back, Chris. Next route is Niedertalbahn. I turned dynamic weather off for these streams because otherwise what happens is that it turns manky, and then people can't see it properly, and it's not as much fun. So I just leave it on a light cloud setting. The main visual difference between 3 and 4 is the new volumetric fog feature. Everything else is differences in other areas of the game. We did a big visual update last time. I wanted to actually enhance the game for 4 rather than just making it prettier. Although Volfog definitely does that. Not really, Paul, no. I mean, you can make your own timetable now with the editor. Got PC at least. Brake set back on again. No, volumetric fog is, as long as when you make a route using the time of day version 4 system, then volumetric fog is built into time of day version 4 essentially. You don't have to do anything special beyond that. Luzerne is not on the agenda, no, Tony. Just having a quick look. No, Luzerne's not on there. No, only on PC you can use the editor. 1,300 feet. I'm just letting the train becomes to a gentle stop. Remember, American trains are not about being a rare Formula 1 driver. What's what? Sorry, animal. To release the brakes. Just don't actually need to get to where we're going. Put a little bit of loco brake on just to help. I don't think that SEHS has been updated to show the 801, no. I don't think so anyway. It got the update for the 700 but not the 801. Just using the loco brake to just maintain the speed gently, give them the gentle downhill. At low speeds, your brakes are always more effective anyway. And as soon as I get over the thing, I'll just dump the air brakes to bring it to a stop. Minimum brake. And as the air brakes kicking in on the rest of the train, just bail off the independence to just help stretch the train out a bit. Let the train stop with the wagons. Boom. There you go. Nice gentle run there. Nice tight run up the hill and then managing the speed on the way down. There you go. All over the shop, but hey, there you go. And that was us messing with the dynamic brake. Look, you can see how the train slowed down and more force got applied with it, and the curve changed because that was with the same dynamic brake setting all the way down. Right, okay then, let's move on to Niedertalbahn. And we're using the 628 on 7058. There it is. Oh, that isn't it. Is it? Oh, there it is. No, that's it. That was it. Let's see what this looks like. Let's try December. Right, doom. Niedertalbahn timetable 68 7058 custom December Light cloud. Foggy cloud. Oh. See you later, Tushar. Okay, it'll probably get dark over the course of the scenario, so I just thought it might be interesting to see. All right, I need to activate the cab now. Hands up if you haven't driven this train in a while. That's probably activated the cab. Let's go ahead and get the doors open. Safety systems on. What we got over here for things to play with. Train lights. On. Instrument lights on. Power on. Is it me or is this train dead as a dodo? Sound. Let's get the doors shut. If you're not on now, you didn't want to really get on in the first place. Yeah, I thought it turned the instrument lights on. Yeah, they are on. Don't know why they're not showing up so well. Loving how the PZB lights show up on this. That's spot on. Roll in. B should kick into life. There it is. Release from that. Okay, I raised power approaching a red signal, so already been a notice it's going to be a no tea and biscuits meeting. There's a brightness sync for the gauge lights. Is that not that one? Or that one? Got them all up to 100%. Or is that one? No, that's that one. That's 40 mile an hour, green, yellow. Up to line speed now then. 3 kilometers to Gronau. Oh, would I say miles per hour? Sorry. It's like a German class 101. but not the German class 101. No. No, I've been trying to enforce, put in a standard in people's minds in the business that when we're talking about German trains, we use the BR classification, so BR 101. And when we're talking about a British train, we use the word class, so a BR class 101. Because people started calling them the BR 101, because it's the British Rail 101. It's just like, oh, that's just going to get really confusing. You do realise we have two BR 101s? And everyone just looked at me as if to say, really? What a view. I was just thinking that bush needed trimming back, and it suddenly trimmed itself back. That's brilliant. Lods. Lol. Well, I'm trying to dissuade DBBR necessarily, because otherwise we'll do an MRCE train and people will call it a DBBR, and it creates confusion. So it's just like, it's BR if it's German, it's BR class if it's UK. Warning of a 30, you dipstick, stop panicking. No, it's not on any dev schedules, the ICE4. Yeah, the IC4 is a slower version of the ICE, but I like the look of the IC4, I've got to say. Grow now? Whoa now, I guess. Well, the 700 is also a Siemens, isn't it? I think IC4 is Siemens. Hey there again, Elliot. Oh, sorry, Devin, I missed your donation earlier on. Thank you very much, Devin. Much appreciated. We are now at 3276. No, 3278 even. 3278. Brilliant, thank you. So what does it take to get us to 3,300? That's £22. £21 and some change. Call it £21.30. Gets us to 3,300. Lock the doors. Niederdorfelden. See, I'm quite partial to a bit of ICT because it does slightly different, like, stopping patterns, and it tilts. So, yeah, the ICT feels to me like a slightly different purpose functionally. So I'd be quite keen on that. Yes, Nidatarban. Nothing by CAF? I don't think so, Amar. If you were to run the editor with the TrainSim Classic route, how would you adapt it? I'm not sure what you mean, Elliot. You can't load TrainSim Classic routes into the editor. You'd have to make the route from scratch. Dave, charity I'm raising for is SpecialEffect, which they help let disabled gamers access games. Some really cool stuff. I'm not going to release it because we're coming into the station now anyway. Seems little point. See you later, Amaze Days. I'll run the video after this, Dave, so you can see. Basically, what it is that if you there are people out there obviously got cerebral palsy and all sorts of things which would make it unable for them to play games in the normal way with a keyboard or a controller, and they help them set them up with alternative controllers that they can use, or whether they're controlling it with their mouth or controlling it with feet or all sorts of things, and help them get into gaming. Really, it's brilliant actually what they do. Release from that, don't need that rubbish. Get going, Oberdorfelden. I know Andy, yeah. Well, not personally, but I know of him. Oops, breaking the speed limit again. Sure, Sifa. Yeah, it's a very nice route. This is actually the first time I've had a proper run on this route. This seems to be a common thing I'm saying these days, but... I've no idea about it. I think the red 628 probably runs on the main Autobahn. I don't know. I need to check with Lucas, actually. Yes, it does. I've seen screenshots of it like that. Not this one, because the route's the wrong period for this one, the mint one. Didn't you run it during the demo stream? Did I? Maybe. Don't know. I don't remember that far back. I've been asleep since then, at least once or twice. So we can't release at the moment. We'll have to wait until a bit further on, because 1,000 hertz is on. So we need to wait for the 750 meters to be passed from the trigger point. Once the 1,000 hertz light goes out, then we'll be able to release, assuming it's all safe in front of us. But with the 1,000 hertz light on, restricted monitoring 20 kilometers an hour. Well, 25, but don't go to 25. Go, lights out. Restricted monitoring off. Speed up. Oh, 1,000 hertz is 45k match, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, of course it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hey, I don't ever claim to be good at this stuff. Well, I've got my Quest 3 VR coming this week, Derek, so I'm probably not going to get much sleep once that comes in. T-Castle, I've got rail drivers in the office. I've got one on my desk even, but I'm using keyboard. Harry, you have a question regarding operation shift. During development, was only talk about adding more things to different buttons. Having to hit B to get the bell is going is hard because of your CP. It's difficult because there's not a lot going on the a lot of room on the controller. What I would suggest is plug a keyboard in, Harry. You can and then you can use the keys on the keyboard, and they're a lot easier to access there. One of the things I want to add is the ability to remap keys. The other thing you can do is you can buy buttons which will input keyboard presses, like macro buttons, and if they emit like a B, then you can have a big button which you can use to cause a B. So you know, I would go with some keyboard-based solution, because even on consoles you can plug a keyboard in, that works fine. I'd love to get the 4th rail bridge in at some point, Dean, absolutely. I know a long time ago I was looking at Edinburgh Dundee so you could get 4th and Tamar in. Is it Tamar? 4th and something else. It's not Tamar, that's down in the West Country. The other one. The 4th and the other one. Is it just the Tay, is it? Tay Bridge. The one that kept collapsing. I'm not so bothered about the Falmouth branch. It's an interesting line. I'd probably be, if you're going to do that, you do it as part of something else, I think. Personally, I'm really interested in the Loo branch, from Liscard to Loo. Just because of the really interesting gradient coming out of Liscard. And you've also got some really interesting turn-back operations there. I might have a go at modelling the Loo to Liscard branch. I've seen the LiDAR for it imported in, and it looks amazing. You can see the track bed and everything through the entire thing. It's really good. Well, you'd do it as a manual junction, wouldn't you, Crucible? So you'd have to set it always yourself. AI would set it for itself, but then you would have to set it for yourself. What's next? Vindecken. Oh, I missed another donation. Mix Wizard, thank you very much for your donation. Much appreciated. We're now on 3286, even closer to 3300. Brilliant. Thank you, folks. Well, you can make any route you like in the editor, Wiley. It's going to take you a while. Making a route is a time-consuming job. You know, a little sort of 5-10 mile branch line, I would expect to probably be a good 6 months to a year for one person to do, to any degree of quality. Can you see the full map? Yeah, absolutely. I think we started up there. Yeah, and the Loo branch will give you the Moors water service as well, the tar trains. Which service number is this? Region Barn 7058. Yeah, it's kind of inspiring when you first generate the LiDAR data and the route looks like, you know, it's all of a sudden it's like there's so much route there. And then you start looking at it in more detail and you're like, oh, but now I actually have to do something. And that's when it all falls apart for me. I think the LiDAR data may have all of the trees and buildings cut out already, Amar, these days. If you look on, I think it's DEFRA hosts the LiDAR data for the UK. Let's get to the end. Come on. Come on, you can do it. You'd have to make the Menlock branch and have it run with Gronks. There's nothing else for it. How the Menlock branch was intended to be run. I'm not sure what you're asking, Elliot. How are the controls for Train Sim World modified for people who have trouble playing the game? What different coding is used? Is there a delay in things like AWS? There's no delay in AWS. You can remap controls. For that 750 meters to expire, and then I can release. Acknowledge that one. Oh, how is the game adapted for them? Well, I mean, so we don't do as well as we could do in terms of support for disabled players. But for example, you see how the signals have got a horizontal in them if they're red and a vertical in them if they're green. That's to assist with colour blindness. And there's other areas like the design these days for all of the UI is done with colour blindness in mind. Everything is checked with colour blindness filters. In this release, we added about 60 or 70 new remappable keys, which weren't usable before with a remapper, or functions that weren't even accessible with keys before. So now if you've got external hardware that can act like a keyboard in terms of how it talks to the computer, you can have giant buttons and so forth so that you can use those to talk to it. So there's there's a range of different things there that can help in different ways for different people. So no, I mean we need to do more without a shadow of a doubt, but the keyboard remapping thing and adding extra bindable keys was the big thing this year for accessibility. Oh, another donation in. Anonymous, thank you very much. £20, which puts us over 3,300. 3306 now, folks. Thank you very, very much. Well done. Stop here. Probably. I'm not desperately trying to stay on time, Nuno. Oh, hello. Uncouple vehicles. All the doors open this time. Only you can determine if it's worth the money. For any, what I'd suggest is watch this, watch other streams, get other opinions from the chat, and make a decision based on what you want to do and what you want to see. I can't give you an objective opinion. I'm obviously going to say yes. So I wouldn't listen to me. Right, we get on with the next one, heading for Icon Nidda. There's no PCB shenanigans. 40 mile an hour limit on that. What am I going to be doing on my week off? So a couple of things. I've got my VR headset coming. The new Quest 3 launches this week, so I've got that coming. And I'm also doing a remodel in some of the house. I'm going to clean out and shift all the furniture around in the living room. And I might have a go. If I get time, I might have a go at doing something similar in the garage. But the living room's going to be a lot of work, so I'm not going to expect that out of it. If I get the living room done this week, I'll be quite happy with that. So run our way up this bit now. Of course I do, Dave. Of course I do. I'm not that silly. I don't actually have the Scotsman down on the plan for today, but let's see how we go. couple of kilometres to get to Cajon. See you later, Wiley. I'll probably still be here. Rolling fog on the ground over there. Paying attention, too busy messing about outside. Brake light, brake cylinder comes off. We're away. Forty feels incredibly slow on this route. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm taking in the scenery. I don't know. No, just running the Azuma today on the ECML, Phil. Release our shame now. Ocht is next, and that is in 1.6 kilometers. Yes, D-pad left, if I remember rightly, is the trigger command for the menu, Garth. station. Accelerating, I suddenly thought, oh, hang on, according to the barber pole, we're nearly there. Quickly slam the brakes on. I think the switch for the bell might be bottom right on the vertical part of the desks, like the desk wall. You found it. Oh, good. Limit to Aldenstadt. Yeah, little Niedertal at the moment, Scott. And then we're on to a slightly different change of pace with the Azuma on the East Coast Main Line. Then we're on to Boston Sprinter with your Sala. It may be they used to run more coaches down and they just haven't remodeled the stations on this route at this point in time, Billy. Speed down for our stop. Still not got the hang of coming in with gusto with this thing yet. It's just not my driving style. My driving style is always overcautious because I know I'm not paying enough attention to come in and I'll probably miss a station. Any more stops here? We got Lindheim, Glauberg and Stockheim. How do you mean it doesn't have anything to couple it to the back? Do you mean it doesn't have formations with things coupled to them, or you mean it's coupling isn't there? Well, better late than flying through and missing the stop completely. Quite, Scott. Quite. Although at least now, missing the stop doesn't break the game like it used to. Well, in the UK maybe Roblox, but not throughout the world. Slow-mo myself into the station. In time. Oh, there's no tender. Oh, wow. Okay, that's not good. Alberg. Hey Dominic, how you doing? Right, come into Gladberg, and then we have our final stop. That's Stockholm. Dominic, this is Nidatalbarn, which has been out for a little while now. Oh, yeah. Finish this and just going to stretch my legs, I think. Don't forget to keep those donations coming in, folks. We're at, what, 3306 now, which is incredible. And, yeah, raising money for SpecialEffect, enabling gaming for disabled people. I'll put their video on in a minute before I head out for a quick stretch my legs and wake up a bit. Getting stuffy in here and it's putting me to sleep. They've got the window open, but there's not much airflow. No, because the video runs for about 60 seconds and then stops. So I can't really do that. You show us the train? Yep. BR628 DMU. I would if the game wake up. There you go. With the 40 now. Station's just around the corner here. It's quite a pleasant route, this. Bit of a sleepy backwater. Why so US? What do? I'm the executive producer for TSW, so I look after the team and see what we need to do, see what we're going to make, and then basically whatever is needed to make it happen. If it's in service mode, you could try just deleting trains, Manda, using the free roam functionality. We're only 5 minutes late. It's not the end of the world. Boom. What do we get? Silver. Boo. Right, let's have a look at this video, talk about what special effect do, and then I'll put it back on this screen while I just kind of stretch my legs for 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Where's that video? There it is.
Hi, I'm Tiago and I am studying games and development. I have cerebral palsy, which means my brain sends mixed messages to my muscles so they move randomly. I felt and still feel exhilarated about playing games because I'm not restricted on what I can do in a game, whereas in real life I am. SpecialEffect is a gaming charity that supports people with disabilities. As I've grown up, they've helped me by adapting how I game. If I hadn't had the chance to game and be involved with SpecialEffect, I wouldn't be in my games development and coding course at college because it opened my eyes to what I can actually do. Unite with SpecialEffect for one special day on Friday the 6th of October and help bring the magic of gaming into the lives of people with physical disabilities. In the world of gaming, anything is possible.
Firing stuff. I just wanted to show something actually on the video. Let me just forward the video forward to here. Actually, there it is.
My games development.
Running away video. You see this? I won't point it with the mouse because you can't see it. The white box there that's got two giant black circles on it. If you haven't seen one before, that's a Microsoft accessible controller. And one of the things, other than having like the big inputs on it and a giant D-pad and so forth, you can see that it's got loads of stuff plugged into it. It's a really clever bit of kit. Basically, it breaks out all of the functions of the controller to expandable ports. And they can plug in, buttons and all sorts of things and external joysticks and so forth into that device that then will work with the PC or the Xbox in there. So PlayStation have just released their version of their equivalent of this as well. But yeah, that's called the Microsoft accessible controller. But it's really good. It's one of the ways that makes it really easy for people at SpecialEffect to be able to actually add extra hardware in. Like that, additionally using keyboards and so forth, or keyboard interfaces in USB. But I just wanted to flag that up because you don't often see the accessible controllers because obviously the audience they're at don't YouTube a lot. But yeah, it's worth looking at. They're very clever. They're quite expensive. It's just one of the reasons SpecialEffect need your help. But yeah, this is a really powerful bit of kit that helps them with setting this stuff up. Right. Okay, let me just go and take a stretchy walk. Yeah, if you Google the accessible controller, you can see it and you'll see all the ports along the side. All right, I'm just going to take stretch my legs for a minute, go to the toilet, and I'll be right back. And we'll carry on with East Coast Mainline. See you in a minute, folks. Oh dear. Sorry about that. I was laying down on the floor because my back was hurting, and it was so comfortable. So nice. Testing 1, 2. It says I'm sending stuff. Can you hear me all right? Quick question. The editor, how can you activate a new plugin? Like, for example, I need to activate the GIT plugin. I have no idea. I don't think you can add plugins. Boing, boing. Right, okay. So we are on East Coast Mainline 1004. Welcome, Josh, as well. But yeah, we're currently standing at £3,306, which is amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Don't forget, if you need a Just Giving link, just ping one of the mods, and they'll ping over the link to Just Giving. Yeah, keep the donations rolling in, folks. Let's see how far we can get for the today. It'll be streaming until about midnight. Thanks, ECM2. Right. In the platform, are we? We are indeed in the platform. Look at that. Let's key in. Safety systems on.
TPWS
Unlock the doors.
and AWS operational.
Sneak a little chocolate bar in. Now I think go into here, Panto selection, that one, confirm. I think what I need to do is lower the pantograph, both down, and then confirm that one. That should give me the rear pantograph then, I think, if I understood that right. Doors. .25 limit on this crossover. Right, Grantham is next. 28 miles. Probably get some lights on. Now we can speed up. Now we can speed up. What are we up to? 125 already. Here you go. So let's let the train do its thing. Passenger lights always on as standard in this train. I think so. Yeah. They're probably controlled by a guard station somewhere. It might be controlled on here, but I don't think so. Possibly in there then, really. $110 miles an hour. The Flying Scotsman buffers are shown in what's called a polishing technique called quartering, and it's used. It's like it's a smart presentation. It's how they you see the Scotsman like that in a number of photographs. If you look up the Scotsman at King's Cross, you can see it like that. But if you just look at a load of pictures of Flying Scotsman, you'll see that it's got that quartering technique on there. Are you running the same service, are you, Monty? Nice. Like that, Roblox? There you go. Zipping past a freight train on the left.
Oh, we went from yellows to flashing greens. Punch it to 140. These trains have got a speed limiter on them that stops them at 126, unfortunately. Flashing greens, Tushar, was an experiment done on this line, this part of the line for a little while, to see whether or not the flashing green aspect was enough to allow trains to safely run at 140 miles an hour. Ultimately, the conclusion was it wasn't, but they didn't take the green flashing light away. So that's what this is, a remnant of that experiment. This train in that time period would have been authorised at 140 miles an hour at that point. Would that have been on the 91s then, Josh? That was 91s that was running about then, wasn't it? Hey there, Kojo. Yeah, good night's sleep last night. Well, you see, the APT used the cab signalling system, didn't it, Josh? And that was what allowed that to go up, because that resolved the cab signalling concern. I think it was more that the... I think there were different reasons that didn't proceed any further. It was APTP or something, wasn't it? The cab signalling system on the on that. CAPT, that was it. CAPT. APTP was the name of the passenger train, of course, not APTE. No, there's no ETS or ETCS on the 801. On this 801. Yeah, and the APT in Train Sim Classic has the APT implemented on it, so you can kind of have a play with it yourself. Works well enough. You can't remove the limiter, unfortunately, Animal. I don't know why they did that either, to be honest, Josh. It sets an expectation which is then not met. Yours and everybody else's, Josh. I don't remember. I think they have ETCS capability ready to be switched on at some point. In reality. But they don't use it yet. It's kind of the reason you've got this. This is your standard ETCS type screen. Blues and Cersei is the only route currently that has any implementation of ETCS, yeah. .8 miles now to Grantham. In real life, the max speed on the ECML is 125 miles an hour. A couple of miles, we'll start slowing down to come into Grantham. Down to 60. What do you mean turn the servers off, Tumbleweed? The Train Sim World 3 should still work fine. There are no servers for us to turn off for this game. It runs entirely on your computer. Right, run up to the end of the platform and come to a stop at Grantham. Moleman, wasn't one of the recent tests of the Pendolino on the East Coast Main Line, were they not evaluating whether and how the Pendolino would work as an ECML train? Sure, I read something about that. Tumbleweed, then you should probably talk to our customer support and get them to help you. The game should work. Absolutely should work. So if it stopped working, let us get in touch with us so that someone in customer support can help you. Off we go for Newark Northgate. If you got the game off of Xbox Game Pass, then Tumbleweed, then no, it won't work. It was taken off Game Pass. And 4, there's no plan to put 4 onto Game Pass. Speed limit is 100 as we go around this corner, and then it will accelerate back up to 125 by the looks of it. Now, if you paid for it on Game Pass, it should still work. If you were using it free on Game Pass, then no, it won't work anymore because it was taken off of Game Pass. Oh, another donation. D11, thank you very much for that donation. Very much appreciated. $115. Right, Newark Northgate is 12 miles away. 25 now. They do, Paul. And this year they opted to not put Train Sim World in there. They wanted to focus on other things. A lot of big releases this year, I think. So, and we've been in Game Pass for 3 years now. Hey Tyrone, how are you doing? Yeah, there's an IC3 on Southeastern High Speed representing the test run that was done. I don't think it's playable because it's missing TVM 430 on board systems, but you can see it as an AI train. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tyrone. No, you can't adjust the camera position, Tyrone, unfortunately, or the field of view. It's one of the things I want to look at adding is like on each ETS where you can move the camera around to where you want it to be, get a comfortable driving position for you. Response arc, what do you mean by 0 on meter? Where are you seeing that? You're using peak forest assets and want to say your branch line you're making. Yes, it should be fine, but people who use it will have to own peak forest. Same as rules as TSC, or same in technical requirement restrictions as a TSC. Millimeter, this is your braking effort, and I wasn't braking at the time you mentioned it. Jeff, I'm using all of the DLC as well as the stuff that's included in the base game. I'm using just the entirety of the collection. The base game is the Vorarlberg, this one, the East Coast main line, and the Antelope Valley line. I did Vorarlberg this morning and Antelope yesterday. No, Deluxe just adds Flying Scotsman and Vectron, Jeff. All the rest of the stuff I'm using this weekend, like Southeastern is a DLC. Additional things that you can buy. If you get the special edition, that adds Link Rheinstrecker, Southeastern, Boston, and LGV. And I'm using 3 of those this weekend out of the 4. If you haven't got the routes and you want them, special edition is actually a really good deal. You get quite a lot of content there for a lot cheaper than it would be separately. Heck of a lot cheaper. I think everybody's got a different view on where the seating position should be, Tyron, which is one of the reasons I kind of want to make it something you can just pick, set it comfortable for you. If you've got something like a track IR, what you can do is use the reset function to change where your seating position is more easily. It's a little bit of a hack, but what you can do is if you run track IR and then you sit really forward like that, press reset, and then you sit normally, it'll bring your camera back behind where it would normally be. Right, couple of minutes early coming into Newark Northgate. Hello to my colleague over there. Yeah, all DLC is available on PS5, Jeff. If you look on the, there's an in-game store and there's also the PlayStation store as well, of course. If you keep an eye out for sales, I mean, I'm sure over the Christmas period there's normally a Christmas sale, and just build your collection up over time with the stuff that interests you. Where we stand on the donation front at the moment, £3,326.95. Come on, guys. I think we can do better than that. Don't forget, dig deep for SpecialEffect charity streams. Great cause, as you know by now. Drummed it into you all. Shut up. ECM2 just posted the Just Giving link out. There you go. Make use of it. Midland Main Line is DLC, yes. Minutes, well, 2 and a bit minutes, and then we can go. Good angle for this. Not aware of any plans to extend MML, but falls under the usual will there type question. Can't talk about it even if there was, whether there is or not. Has the idea of ever being of a season pass been discussed? Paying someone like £200 in advance for 12 months new content. So I've looked into it, and I think it would be. It's like I'm a big fan of season pass type things, but I don't know if it works. I don't think we have a big enough community for it to work. But I know there's some other work being done in the retail teams to understand viabilities of that. You need enough people to sign up for it to make it work. Otherwise, well, it doesn't. And if it does, we've got to be careful, because if it doesn't work, it causes a big problem. Why was York not added? Because this is already the biggest UK route in the game. And adding York, someone said to me, but it's only 15 minutes away. It's 15 minutes at 125 miles an hour. That's a lot of miles. So that's why it didn't work. It was already the biggest route we had in the game, and was difficult enough. People say it was an easy option. No, it was just the easiest of a bunch of very difficult options, really. The East Coast mainline is a difficult route to make. Right, speed limit is be 100 by the time we get to it, so we'll stop there. It's the biggest end-to-end route, Brad, without a doubt, in the UK. SCHS is two different routes merged together, essentially, because you've got the Dartford to Faversham bit, and you've got the St Pancras to Ashford bit. Oh, I missed the donation. Sam Yeager, thank you very much for your donation. You've put us up to 3,366. Thank you very much indeed. Speed limit is now 125. It's quite a high-spec machine, Amy. This is something on like a 3080 or a 3090 GPU, and it's got a 5900, I think, processor, and about 16 gig of memory, I think. Anything is a potential option. Anything is a potential option, Peppy MU fan. If I was going to go anywhere, I'd like to go down to King's Cross, but that's a hard route to make as well. For me, that makes the most sense, but BO204 is a rivet diesel Tom Tangy, so it'd be up to them to decide whether if they want to put it on anywhere. We're using the 363 on main turbine ourselves because that's ours to use. How do you switch pantograph? So first off, I'm not going to do it, but first off, lower your pantograph by clicking that. You go into this screen up here and you select Panto selection. And then you click on the one that you want to raise. And you click confirm. And that's it. Job done. Thanks, Tyrone. I'm glad you're enjoying it. No, the problem with the DO204, from what I recall, is it doesn't have substitution parameters set up on it, so it doesn't actually substitute anywhere. I'm sure I did a fix to enable to fix that, so I need to go and find out what happened to that. Maybe it was another one of those things that I fixed and didn't, because I didn't get the time to test it properly, I didn't submit it. It's just sitting on a computer somewhere. So let me look into that and I'll find out. No plans to change, to do any more with Southeastern, to be honest, Ashton. I think we've done enough with Southeastern. There are other places in the UK to build routes. Very good, thank you, bad guy. Not looking to change anything with motion blur, Crazy Ninja. What's your problem with it? We fixed it on the wheels. I think motion blur makes the difference, to be honest. You get no sense of speed with it off. Thought people wanted more third rate electrostarets. Don't get Mole Man all excited, okay? Please. Takes him ages to calm him down. Ashton, enough of that Medway Valley Line nonsense. I'm trying to keep James under control. Calm down, James. Calm down. I have other bigger, broader plans for the rest of the country before we go back and do more things like that. Although Medway is one of those, the Medway Valley line is one of those routes that it's a small enough route that it can sneak in somewhere, but it won't bring a new train, so it's just everyone's just going to go, lazy. So, although Moleman's idea of doing it in the past, I quite like. That I quite like as an option. Don't get how boring Lucas thinks it would be. Oh, I'd love a 73, Len. Love a 73. Find the right opportunity to make one. Would headline, but yeah, it's got to be with 76s, obviously, and 506s, was it? I quite liked the Woodhead in blue route with the EMU on that one, whichever one that was. That was combined with the 77s, did it, on that route, in that pack? That was a nice combination. The 76, 77s are really interesting to drive as well, particularly with their bonkers brake setup. It is 506, yeah, that's what I thought. I quite enjoyed driving the 506. What is the main thing technology-wise that stops having full main lines? It's not really a technology problem. It's purely a amount of time it would take to make it problem, really. You know, you'd be talking about, to do the full East Coast main line, you'd probably be talking about a year, 18 months of our teams doing it. And in order to put that amount of time in it, you either need to know you're going to sell an absolute stoke load of them, more than you would sell normally, which you won't, or you'd need to charge about 200 quid for it, which no one will pay for. So that's, you know, that combination of dynamics is what doesn't work. Right, coming into Retford, just about on time. We have more guard scenarios coming, Peppy MU fan. Full length ones this time, not just a little trial one. Oh, I don't doubt, Aaron, that there would be at least, you know, a few people on the forum saying, well, obviously I'll pay that. And it would, most of them probably actually wouldn't. But even if they all did, you'd still only sell 15 copies. Well, we're trying to push the length as much as we can in different ways. But yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah, guard scenario went down quite well, Jason. Yeah, it did. I want to try and make it into a core mode in the game at some point, but that's not a 5-minute job. TSW is responsible for most of my bad finances. Oops, sorry about that. Possibly TXGo, possibly. I mean, root merging and extensions and so forth is something that is kind of like a holy grail, but you have to have the right core tech and the right approach for it potentially. So I don't know is the answer to that question, but it's kind of like if I can see a way that we can go in that direction, I'm going to be pushing hard to do that. We haven't got GWI license-wise. It's come up several times whether we could do something with the GWE route or just start again with the GWE route or make it modern. But the fundamental issue there is the license. That's odd, Monty, because it's worked for me. I clicked that button, click confirm, and that was it. That was all I needed to do. How odd. That was on PS5. Oh, sorry, Monty. On PS5, you see, if you see the white dot, you have to click with the white dot is to do things for it to work. Make sure you press the confirm button and see that that has gone up. Is that working? It doesn't work for you either on Series X. I'll try it on Xbox then. It just expired, Simon. And then because of a bunch of changes going on at GWE, it just, again, it's not been a priority for them to deal with. So it's not so much a bad thing for them. It's just a thing that didn't get attention, time, and so forth. Remember, these companies have got train companies to run. You know, it's more of their priority than worrying about video games. I know that's kind of upsetting to us, but. Potentially at some point, Simon. I mean, if it ever goes over to DFT, then it won't be a problem. Just to be clear, the FTW models were not finished. I am the game. There was quite a lot of things wrong with them, and we never got to finishing them because there was no point because we couldn't get the branding approved. But those models were not finished. There's quite a number of things wrong with them that needs fixing. No plans to add CCTV cab monitoring screens, no. Not yet. Crowdfunding doesn't really help Amaze Taste. Crowdfunding is good if you haven't got the upfront investment to complete the project. But that's not the problem. You know, the investment to make the project isn't the problem. It's whether or not you have the audience to actually purchase it at the end. And Yeah, the problem with crowdfunding is obviously what you'd find out fairly early on is there isn't enough there to complete the project. So worst case, would be even worse. You'd start it, consume people's money, and then not be able to finish it because the crowdfunding would run out. So then you put your own investment into it to finish it, but you've already sold it to everyone that can possibly want to buy it, and there's no market for it then to finish it off. So crowdfunding doesn't work in that particular instance. Yeah, TransPennine should be fine now. The current TransPennine TX Go. Our support on console is something I want to get done at some point, Link Spotter, but it's not a priority at the moment. Doncaster. 13 or 10 miles is that, or 13 miles. Some distance in the future that is more than 9 miles. No, we're ending the contract on the on those advertising things. That just never worked properly. It was bluntly a complete waste of time. Is there a reason the livery designer doesn't feature every logo the game has a license for? Because normally when you approve a license, or when you get a license, the license says that you can use their license brand, but everything you do with it must be individually approved. So we'll say, for example, I don't know, at brand X, we pick train operator X, and you make a train with featuring their logo and livery and so forth. That then must be sent to them, and then they must approve that that is a valid use of the license, and then you can use it in the game. Every station name board with train operator X has got it. All of those have to be sent off to be approved as well. Everywhere in the route that logo appears has to be sent off and approved. And then you go back to them and say, so could we basically take your logo, put it in the game so anyone can do anything they like with it? No. Basically. That's pretty much a hard no from most companies. Be very grateful for those that have had the foresight and the support to be able to say yes to that. There's not many of them, but most of them won't let you do that, because then you're doing things with their brand that they can't approve, which is definitely not the case. Of course, a brand is everything to a company, Scott. Of course they're protective of it. Do you have to get brand permission for the logo as well? Sometimes no. It depends. We usually wrap it up by just talking to the operator. We're starting to get closer relationships now with the manufacturers as well. So we're working closely with a number of things with Siemens, for example. No, they don't see it as free advertising. It doesn't benefit them at all. Everyone that plays Train Sim probably rides a train, so they kind of don't need to. It's not going to get them any more ticket sales. And if you have to ride the train, not having them in the game probably isn't going to make you not ride the train. Or if it does, honestly, this game isn't that big. There's not going to make much of a difference to anything for them. Some of them have the foresight to see it as a good, round picture to tell in terms of involving, rail fans and so forth. But unless they're really, really into the subject, they really love the fact that the game is, they're seeing the stuff in the game, because some operators really love that. Then it's all risk for them. Pictures, people taking screenshots of crashing trains or painting stupid things on them in Livery Designer. That's all downside as far as they're concerned. That's all risk, things that can make them look bad. And when it comes to licensing and branding, no one ever got fired for saying no and protecting the brand. But if you say yes and then something bad happens with it, then bad things can happen to people's careers. So I totally understand and respect when they say no, and it's our job to just go out there and help them feel comfortable about it. We have meetings with them and do what we can to alleviate any concerns. Eleni are big fans. Yeah, bad. You can tell from the interview we did recently, they really enjoyed it. Metrolink have been really helpful. A lot of companies are really helpful, and it makes a big difference. How can I do it, Shubham? Shubham is very simple. It's all those donations coming in that keep me inspired to keep going on. That is a gentle hint. Keep those donations coming in, folks. Where are we at now? 3,366. So, I'm also slightly insane, it has to be said. We did probably a good 14 hours yesterday, I think. So we're on our way, doing the same thing again today. 1.9 miles, slowing down now for final station at Doncaster. Down to 80 now. Yellow. Oh, I've no idea, golden ticket. No idea off the top of my head. Scott, the extension is really underappreciated by a number of people in the community. I've never been more gutted, to be honest, when I've read feedback about how the SEHS extension was nothing. It was like we did nothing for the UK community. It was really hard work, actually. There was a lot went into that. And it wasn't done as an easy option. It was done as this feels like it will create a much bigger overall thing. And so I'm really proud of the SEHS. In the finals, where it's ended up at the moment. I think the extension bits down to Ashford and across to Dartford added a huge amount extra to it. And by redoing it with the new gameplay, throwing in the 465 and other stuff like, we're able to add so much more to that route compared to how it was when it first came out. Plus the other stuff we've added since. So it's just like, I'm really happy with it. But yeah, it sort of really cuts a bit sometimes. to be honest, it's one of the most played routes in the game, Josh. So it's kind of like, regardless of what people are saying on the forums, it is actually genuinely a really popular route. What we got in Donny? Come on, get out of the stairs. I want to see what's in Donny. Get out of the way, Vigilance. HSTs, some wagons, some coaches, not a lot else. Oh, we've got a stand-in for a, what is it, a 333 this is standing in for? Something like that. See you later, Amanda Pye. Opened. 331, there you go. Ah, there used to be a turntable around here. Who remembers the old Doncaster Works add-on for TS Classic? Booted. Found a copy of Flight Sim World, played a few hours on it. Yeah, it worked really well actually. Why is that? Flight Sim World was coming along nicely. So, ooh, I got platinum on that one. Nice. Will we eventually see more stationary or unused stock at Doncaster like the 465s they have in the yard and all that stuff? It's already there, Link Spotter. Every month of the year you see different things at Doncaster. Let me try a couple just to have a look. So if I start a Doncaster service so that we have the camera and I do it in 2 or 3 different months, you'll see that Doncaster changes and 465s are there at one point. So if I go choose a route, East Coast mainline, full, not the reduced timetable, full timetable, spawn a train, and we'll do a Doncaster service, and we'll do it in February. I think it's only 1 month, maybe 2 months that the 465 is there, Bradley. I can't remember what they are. I went through and wrote it all out for the community team, but I don't know where it went. So we were just at Doncaster. You remember what we saw? Yeah. So no, those wagons are not there, but they were there before. Got some more HSTs that we weren't all these HSTs in there before, so this is different. Don't know where the 465 would be actually. The 465 is in September, is it? Alright, let's go back out and try September. Armadar, of course I'm still going. We've got loads to go yet. Amy, thank you very much for that donation. Very much appreciated. Edging us ever closer to our target. We're at 3376 now. Thank you. Alright, so we're going to go one more attempt. Let's try September. Timetable, full timetable. This one. We'll set it to September. Edinburgh, go. Flight Sim World was based off of FSX, yeah. What does September look like by comparison? Bit emptier in here, isn't it? Have a look on the map. Where are trains? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. But you can see it's different. If we've just looked at it at 3 different times, and it's different trains that are there. So it's one that's really clever. I was really impressed when I saw what Joe had done with that, where he'd got, I think there's something like 20 layers that cover the different types of some of the different setups going on around the yards and so forth at different times of the year. It's incredible. Really, really well thought out. I don't know about the other month. I know Doncaster has it. I don't know whether that's done throughout the entirety of the route. Right, we are on Boston Sprinter now. Boston. I'm sorry. Right, what am I doing? 21.55. That one. Nice. Let's make it... actually, do you know what? Let's go for a winter look on this one. Just because... I'm going to go for custom weather. I'm just going to set fog density up a bit. Precipitation off. Wetness on. I need to change the time of year. Go with a bit of fog. No precipitation. Loads of wetness. Loads of snow. A little bit of cloud. No wind. Go with that. Be a bit different. What GPU is this? I think this is a 3080 or a 3090. One of the two. I can't remember which. Hang on a second. Let me just switch that to this. So it's a 5900. Graphics driver on here somewhere. Components. Does this thing tell you what video you've got? No, it doesn't look like it. Display. There we go. 3080. It's a 3080. There's a 5900X with a 3080 GPU. Right. Let's just switch that on and go forward. And then safety systems cut in. Unlock. I want on running. Passenger cutout, that's good. Headlights are on. Ditch lights are automatic. Yeah, we're all good to go. Just waiting for those peeps. Yeah, it's an AMD 5900. There are cab lights, but I don't drive with them turned on. No, I can't turn it off again. Where's your flight for the cabs light? Or maybe the exit one turns itself off. Never mind. We're all good. We're leaving Boston. Well, the reason, so the cab making the window looking dark is somewhat realistic. You shouldn't have the cab light on. That's why you're not allowed to have your interior light on in a car when you're driving, because it turns the front window into a mirror. So, yeah, it does. You should never have your cab lights on when you're driving. In reality, it will inhibit your view outside. Oh, that light did turn itself off automatically. There you go. Slow run to Boston Back Bay. Hey Jamie, how are you doing? Just get out of this slow speed area when it's time to stop. I hate leaving Boston. It's great once you're out of Boston, but coming out of Boston to Boston Back Bay is just pain. Almost as bad as Atlantic Terminal on Long Island. Ooh, what have they got going to the Giants of Steam, Mole Man? Bluebell is always a good visit. When does their Atlantic come out? Is it next year? Hey, Brendan, how are you doing? It's locked. Get ready to go. You mean for the dynamic weather, James, baby? Or the presets? One of the reasons that wind doesn't factor into much is because if you've got wind and any type of snow at all, it gives that silly kick-up effect thing, which doesn't really very well in my opinion. So wind is generally zero because there's not really much effect from wind otherwise. But the fog hasn't been factored into the presets, that's for sure. We're going. We roll in. Yeah, I want to take a pass at the dynamic weather patterns, James Baby, generally, just to sort of make them a little bit more dynamic and a little bit less... Oh, look, it's raining. We're on Boston Providence, Lego Lancer. Route 128 is next, 9.7 miles. Stretch the legs of the Acela a little bit before we have to stop again. Rude passenger. What that looks like. You, Jamie, have you got any access to any tech docs for NNR, track plans and that sort of thing? Because I'm going to have a go at making it in the editor as a project. 1.6 miles to our first stop, accelerating up to 120. Thank you, Jamie. I missed a donation. Matt's Tube. Thank you very much for the donation. 33.94.86. £6 away from the 3,400. Who's going to chuck in £6? Get us over 3,400. Thank you, Matt's Tube. Let me see what that looks like. Good as I was hoping, actually. Whoa! Man, what a photograph I just missed. Dang the night and the fog for hiding that. Gotta be faster on the draw, man. Jeez. Got clear 150, but that's fine. We're not going to 150. We're stopping shortly. We're looking at making some changes, Lexus. So we'll let you all know closer to the time when we know what we can do. But yeah, heat, loud and clear. But when you look on the map, you will see trains, but they never show up for. I got one that we've got going the other direction there, but we're not 4-track now. I don't think for ages, if at all. Oops. So I always misjudge this station because I come in too fast and can't stop. All the brakes. All the brakes. Too much time messing about in the map view, to be fair. Doors shut, ready for departure. Morning, Paul. Mark Jolly, thank you very much for that donation, £5.12, which puts us at 34.10. 34.10. There you go. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, and another one from Mark as well. There you go. It's just come up. That's what's ended us up with 34.10, isn't it? There you go. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mark. 3,400, folks. Give yourselves a big round of applause. That's amazing. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Right, now we've got the long haul down to Providence, 30 miles. Now we should be able to get right up to 150. I think. Or is it 130 still on this? Yeah. Track should clear us to 150 soon. Yes, thank you, Mark. Right, let's get the speed up. They're cleared for 130 miles per hour now. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Why so slow? Boo. Drop to 125. That's the drop to 125, and then it's going to drop to like 10. How terrible is this? Track speed dropping, and it goes back up to 130 again, and then I was guessing fairly rapidly we're going to start getting hit with speed reductions. Oh, I see. It's only seeing this far out, I think. Because that line is always about at the 3-point-something mark. Right, in that case, push it up. The only route that doesn't work on TSW4 is the original NEC that hasn't worked on 2 or 3 either. If anyone's having any problem with any content not working that they owned before, please contact our support people. And they'll help you. Make sure to provide as much information as possible about where you got things, how you got them, and that will help them answer your questions quickly and help you. See you later, Paul. John, but no, this isn't a Cellar Express in Boston on the Northeast Corridor. Lexus, yep, looking to add some distance to the HUD, yeah. And also make the bar, the vertical bar configurable so that it's 1, 2 or 4 kilometers that it does the countdown on. For those that don't want a countdown number but do want a little bit more notice than 1 kilometer. Oh, hello. Track speed just went up 150. There we go. Hayden, are you using PC or are you using one of the consoles? Well, PlayStation have just added a really neat feature on PS5, which allows you to use 2 controllers to play as one character or as one input. And it's good for, for example, if this, I don't know how where your dad is competence-wise in terms of how he will interact with the game, but it means that, for example, you could do some bits and he can do other bits. That's quite a really neat feature. Are you a PC guy? Okay, then that doesn't exist in it. It's just on the PlayStation 5. I was just really impressed when I saw what they'd done with that one. It meant that, parents and children could play together in different ways, or in your case with your dad, in case they have trouble with it. It's a really neat idea. Particularly cold day. I'm feeling chilly sitting here. Of course. Okay, JW2. As well as in here, can you also send it to my DMs and my forums as well? On the forum, because I won't remember it tomorrow if you just post it here. Hey there, DM30AC. You're a Long Island fan, I take it. No, definitely not on my forums. I don't have forums anymore. Don't want forums anymore. Making either destination mark a bit larger or making destination just be on top. It's going to be. I'm going to get the destination marker put up here. So, because on the original HUD it was down here. So I want to move this up a bit and put the destination marker just underneath here and a little bit bigger, so that it's easily visible on the mini HUD. That's one of the most requested things for the mini HUD. So, definitely going to do that. Well, I say definitely looking at doing that. It's one of the things on the list I've got in there. Slow down to the 130. This penalty application, so I think I'm in trouble. Wasn't paying any attention. I was watching you lot. Oh no, it's only a penalty application to get bound under the speed limit. We're all good. What are we at? 7.5 miles. Not too long now till we get to Providence. that speed back up. Missing MBTA stock. What do you mean missing MBTA stock? What are you expecting that isn't there? There isn't Steam in the box by default, Hayden, but there's 2 Steam add-ons, Spirit of Steam and Peak Forest. I say there isn't Steam in the box. There's a Steam loco in the training centre, but that probably isn't what you're looking for. Drizzt, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. That puts us on 34.53. Brilliant, thank you. Hello. I think I slid the wheels there. Judging by what the speedometer did. I think I might have been sliding a bit. It should all be available on the Xbox store, Emma, yeah? Access is still counting us down. I'll be to that 60. $60 around this corner. Where are we on the map? Oh, I see. Yeah, we're going around that corner. Won't be long now. I love all the gantries here to keep the wire in an appropriate curve. Ask your question, DM30. Oh, by missing stock, you just mean the stock that hasn't been made yet, rather than the fact that you've lost stock. No, there's no plans to add any more to MBTA at this point. I'm kind of liking how everything's taken a pinkish tinge. It's really quite nice. Did everything just get dark all of a sudden? No multiplayer, I'm afraid, Hayden. Thanks for joining us, Nathan. Coming into Providence now at the end of the ride. Well, I wonder if its lighting keeps changing because we keep going under clouds relative to where the sun is. Possibly. It does seem like the route is filled with cherry blossom at the moment, though, doesn't it? That's probably because short tunnels we don't light bake, Big Cat. Although we try and catch them all. I imagine it might be because some of them don't. I've driven a couple of routes this weekend, and at least on one I noticed there was a short tunnel, didn't have any light bake on it. That's more of an error than anything else. I'm off next week, Mr. Quicko. It's one of the reasons I don't mind how late this runs tonight. Providence Station. This is the Estella Express, J Dizzle. It is. It came in earlier on, GWR Phil. God, we're about halfway through the schedule now. That's pretty scary. And we're only 20 minutes behind. That's actually not terrible. Go. 801, is it possible to add the speed set? Potentially, I don't know. I need to talk to the team about that and see what the deal is there. I'm sure it was discussed. I'm sure I remember it coming up in discussion and not being added on purpose. But I need to remind myself what the discussion was. No, I come up with a schedule on Friday, Paul, for the stream. Right, okay. So I'm going to take a quick break before we get on with Voice Ignored and line up a bit of food. So, yeah, give me 5 minutes and we'll carry on. All right? In the meantime, if a couple of donations came in, that'd be awesome too. All right, thanks very much. See you in a minute, folks.
Hey, I got some. Right. CG, thank you for the donation there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well done. You comedian, you. Okay. Where I've been, I've just been getting. I had to walk around, went to the toilet, made a new cup of tea because I need 86 of those by the time the day is done. And I went to the fridge and got my sandwich, and stretched my legs a bit. I also wanted to spend a bit of time looking at things further away than the monitor, just to sort of give my eyes a bit of a rest, which was good. Right, so what's ignored? We're only going to run 3 services back to back: SHO 4, 5, and 6. Raw's ignored. 363. 4. We'll do it in the summer. Light cloud. Bit of cloud. Go. Bridge, what did I say? Right, master key in. Put the front center headlight on, the front headlight, and the right front headlight on. That's the rear headlights. Instrument lights on. On. Wipers. These are B commands. I want to take the desk over, put it in forward. Release that. Release that. We have a call on. You'll proceed forwards. No plans to add the control car for the IC yet, Megamed. Didn't you ask that yesterday? Should do. Get couplings down. Good night, Dr. Viking. Elon Rock, this is the Raw's ignored. Side. It's going to come up there and couple to that. Proceed. Lights.
manual. This is all automatic here, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we're at Bull Yard. The idea is cement wagons got dropped off earlier on. There is a service where you do that. We're now going to run the cement wagons down to the cement plant, which is here. There. Coupled. Let me put a bit of air on. One couple, this cut of them. Pull them forward. Wait, the signal has now decided it would rather be off. Wait for all the wagons to release now. If a new GWE was made, it would be a different route. Because this one is September 2015. You do another one, it'd be a 2023 version of the route, which would be quite different, to be honest. That's it, brakes are off. All the way to here. Right the way in. Right, I'm going to turn off camera while I have my sandwich. And I'll turn off the ASMR munching sounds as well. Right. Lunch, dinner consumed. Whoa. I broke it. Hang on a minute. We back. Oh, well, there I didn't need. Is there anything else there that shouldn't be there? Or are we sorted now? I think I got it right. Pressed the wrong button, turned everything off. Nice. Well done, me. Right. Try not to go too fast because this little train, and that's a lot of heavy wagons. East Midlands Railways. Are you? Can you describe what you're trying to do? You know, like which loco, which route, where are you putting it, where are you wanting to do it, take it, that sort of thing. Don't know, Solid Snake. Oh, we had another one come in. Thank you very much. Another donation there. Thank you very much, Anonymous. You know who you are. You are awesome. We're up to 3476, so we're close to 3500 now. Just a reminder, just to sort of put a little bit of a reminder on this. There's another 250 to go on to this from Dovetail. So if we get this to 3750, that means we made 4,000. 3750. We're not far from 3750. See what we can do, folks. We have another 6 hours together. Oh yeah, we blew past last year's total yesterday, Bonzi. It's amazing. I couldn't believe it. No, I'm not running PZB on the shunt. I never run PZB with shunters, Deluxe. Never, never, never. Oh, it's a choo-choo going the other way. Well, going the same way, indeed. Even. It could be you, Elliot, that when it came up as anonymous. Some people have found their donations coming up as anonymous when they weren't expecting it. So see if the amount matches. Bearing in mind that ignore the currency symbol. So if you sent $20, it will show up as £20 on that screen for some dumb reason. Blame me. That's my fault. Right, we're almost here, by the way. Have you heard of loco known as the works loco built by Brush? No idea about that one, no. Wow. That stops quick. One kilometre, Cameron. 1 kilometre. I see you can do that from it. I don't. How many people here know about the cab switch? This one. Yeah, even if it's in miles, it's still 1 kilometre, Cameron. That one to go down there, come up there. Wire, isn't it? Yeah. Where are we going? To the exit. Basically, we've got to tidy these wagons up a bit, ready to bring the next load down. Yeah, the list of donators is from an app that I wrote, and it's not fully updated since they changed their API. But I noticed they now have the their own donator list thing that you can put on the stream. So, but next time around, I will probably just use that. Okay, so I want to come back in and cross over to here. I guess we're going to couple to these. Not long, bad guy, to be honest. most of it was figuring out what their API was and where the documentation for it was, and annoying things like that. The actual thing itself was trivial. When I originally wrote it, they had no kind of support for this and for switch layers and things, so it was actually really awkward. Some of the sites like Streamlabs they started out with one, but then they're doing their own donation thing like Just Giving, so they stopped supporting Just Giving, I think. Or either way, it didn't work as well, so I carried on using my one. And then I noticed that because the bar at the top is coming from their own web system now from Just Giving. I quite like how that looked, so I left that on there. But I need to do a bit more work to fit their donation list into the format I want to use it on. So solve that for another time. No, there's no fireman animation for the Scotsman. I don't know if there ever will be. Bit of power on it while the brakes will release. Make sure we're going the right way. Back out to there, and then we'll push them down, I think, and couple up them and couple up them, and then they're the ones that go back, if memory serves. The currency thing doesn't make any difference at all. It's just all I'm doing is when I'm showing the summary at the bottom there, all it's doing is showing it sans looking at the currency. Internally on Just Giving system, it will be down and all correct, and the number you're seeing at the top is correct. Because I've seen a couple of times where something's gone in like 20, what looks like £20 has gone up by £13 actually up on the thing. That's a good sign that the currency was different. So the number at the top is absolutely correct. DJ Snap Attack, DSG have a number of projects underway, like the BR420. I think basically they're holding off talking about them until they're just about finished, having learned a lesson on the BR420 and what a meme that's become for people. No, 420 is still underway. It's just, not taking priority. The big thing in the 420 really needs now is Munich-Augsburg needs an optimization pass, so something that Lucas is going to look into. Because at the moment you'll run into memory problems if you try and run and add an extra loco to it. I think the 420 is by and large finished. I think. Got another donation? Elderly label, thank you very much for that donation, putting us to a lovely round 3,500. Stunning. Thank you. Right, we now need to go and couple to formation. Yep, it's that one. $3,500, folks. Isn't that amazing? Which means that with the dovetail bit, we're at 3,750. What we need to do is get another 250 so that we hit the 4,000 in total. Wait for those brakes to come off again. Matt, what other underground route would you like to bring to TSW? See, the other one that I want to do is the Piccadilly line. It was the other one we considered when we were looking at underground routes to do. But you see, I want to do the whole Piccadilly line with all the branches. It's about 50 stations, so that's a tricky one to make. Don't know. Oh yeah, if we get another 1,250, we'll hit the goal. I'm not actually expecting that to happen at this point, but we'll see. If we do, we do. I'll be amazed. I'm just really humbled at where we've got to be honest. 3,500 is fantastic. It really is fantastic. Now, what I need to do is use the 3, lie down here. But meeting the last, we beat that yesterday, Paul. The last stream that we did for Special Effect earlier on in the year, we did 3,050, and we did 3,050 last night, or yesterday. So yeah, we started basically beating last time's stream from this morning. Yeah, if you put the gift aid contribution in, we are over the 4,000 totally. What I want to see is that number over the 4,000 though, with dovetail bit before the gift aid is in there. Because I always compare all of them without the gift aid, just to be like for like. No, Just Giving handle all of that automatically, bad guy. That's one of the nice things about using something like Just Giving is you know that money's not coming to me and it's not coming to Dovetail Games. That money goes straight to Special Effect. Fairly well immediately, I think. Right, couple. Now you want me to couple up to them, so let's release that brake. Get a bit of a boot. The Great Eastern Mainline, Jamie. Yeah, I mean that's my home route. You know, I grew up in Suffolk on Stowmarket Station. Used to go train spotting at Ipswich, and then I've lived at numerous stations along the line down to Liverpool Street, including Forest Gate, Brentwood, and yeah. Come on, get moving. Oh, of course, we're waiting for the brakes on the new wagons to come off. I used to work in Liverpool Street, so the Gemmel was quite close to my heart. I used to ride it all the time, so I'd love to do the Gemmel, but at the moment it would have to be a Gemmel in the past because of licensing. No, only UK. Because it's a tax benefit, David drives, essentially. You pay income tax, and effectively by adding effectively your donations to charity become tax-free. So what will happen is you pay the income tax normally, and then what will happen is that when you claim gift aid, effectively you're saying, HMRC, look, can you pay them the tax that I paid on that bit of money? And effectively it means that your donations then become tax-free, income tax-free, something like that. But that's only for, it has to be your money, not acting on behalf of somebody. It has to be money you have paid tax on, for one thing. That's all, there's a number of rules and regulations about it, but as long as you meet the rules and regulations, it's a really good thing. See, Ed, it's not that much of a tragedy. 86s, DBSOs, 31s, 47s, 37s. Right, I am going to make an air set. Wagons, and then I'm going to uncouple. Paul, you asked me what I'd like to see, and I answered you. It means nothing. There are no plans to do any more underground lines. Stopping so I can check the map. What miserable route that would be to make. Why, would you prefer it with flirts and stuff then? I think most people would prefer it with Greater Anglia stock, to be fair. Another donation. Paul W, thank you very much for the donation. Edging us a bit further closer. 35.15 now is the total. Well, keep them to one side, Paul. Keep them to one side. If it comes up, I'll know who to come talk to. Just no more planned at the moment, Kambala. Kabbalah, there is no TSW5. That's a meme. The end of part one. Well, 13:15, right? In that case, we'll come back out to the menu and we'll start part 2. Change the route, back to Real Zieg. Timetables, 363. Part 5. By system, like clouds, go. Next one. Right. This is, I think, swapping over the two cuts of wagons. Started a new thing, haven't I? So I've got to set my damn train up. Turn all the lights on. Let's just be a Christmas tree. I've no idea what the Amazon store link is, but I imagine if you Google for something like Train Sim World t-shirt, you'll probably find something from the store that will then say sold by Dovetail Games, and you can just click on that to get to the store. Stephen Jones, thank you very much for the donation, putting us up to 35.65. Thank you very much, Stephen. Getting there. We are continuing to move in the right direction. You enjoying the night? Yeah, the fog is just such a stunning change to the game. It really is. I must say, ECML is really nice in the fog. The way the station lights up, the fog around it is just superb. Has the original vision been met yet? Not really, because I wanted a signal dispatcher mode in the game, which doesn't exist. But in other areas, it's far exceeded it. I mean, the graphics are... The visuals are far more than I had anticipated. The detail of simulations definitely met the original goal. Actually, what am I doing? now. Let's do it. So yeah, it's sort of in different ways. Some bits it has, and some bits not quite. Whether that matters is separate. I'm blown away by what it is, but so I don't tend to worry about what it isn't. For the brakes to do their thing. I think that we bring these up there and then push them under the loader. Wiley, you can't tell which is the front and back end of the loco. It's longer at the front end. Front, back. Fierce old set of brakes. Change the switch over here and drop these into the loading line. But why is the drive in reverse? I'm not sure what you mean, Wiley. Brakes are off according to that. Why is the front end coupled to the wagons and not the rear? Because it doesn't matter, and B, it's just the way the loco is facing around. We drove it down here front facing, if you remember, from bull sidings. And this thing is designed to operate either way round. It shouldn't matter. It's one of the reasons you've got, you know, a panoramic view out here without changing. Another donation. Alex, thank you for your donation, and Anonymous, thank you as well. What are we at now? 35.75. Magnificent, thank you. Welcome, Alex, if you're on the chat there. Hello. Leave it in service application. Be forever waiting for it to release. Chick Nugget, 8 hours and 44 minutes so far today, and we did about 14 hours yesterday, and we'll be doing about 14 today, so got another 5 and a bit to go. And stop. Okay, where are we going now? Back out again. That I can do. Right. Well, it only takes me about 20 minutes to get home, if that. Unless if the roads are a mess. There's rarely traffic to worry about. It's normally the problem. One of the challenges with this area in the last year or so is it's just like they've been doing roadworks and or ripping the road up to do various things, and they'll rip up like every possible road I can get home. It's like they've strategically just ripped up the roads that I need to get home. So sometimes I end up, having to change directions and try somewhere else, and in the end just give up and go around the entire estate and go the other way in. But it's not too bad at the moment though, so 10-20 minutes to get home is all it takes. We moved close to the office specifically on purpose. $35.85, the number just updated, okay, but it wasn't before, so that means £15 away from 3,600, folks. You know what I'm like. I'm not going to let it go. £15 to get it to 3,600, folks. You know you want to. Right, and then we're going to change that junction. We're going to go down here to all of the cars we moved earlier on into a single cut. No, in order to get the DTG total, get a total up to 4,000 with DTG, we need 3,750, Wiley. It's 250 is what Dovetail will add to it. Here the coupling take effect. Minute while that resets itself. Air brakes release. Let's go out here. And that will then run us all the way back up to Bull. What's your favourite routes and trains then, Colton? Whaley, yeah, there's several routes for turntables. West Somerset has a turntable. Dresden Chemnitz has a turntable. Colnacken has at least 2 turntables, I think. Spirit of Steam has at least 2 turntables. I think Peak has a turntable. Sandpatch has a turntable. Yeah, lots of routes have turntables. Sensor Stuss. This is a German BR363 shunter. And we're on Rosignor doing service mode stuff. Yeah, Colton, I asked what your favourite routes and trains were. If you've been playing the game for so long, what's your favourites? AI trains do not follow PZB, no. They follow German signalling, but they won't follow PZB rules. £35.85, folks. £15 to get it to 3,600. 15 quid. I think we can do it. Routed, should we get there? Oh, sorry, I meant in the game, Colton. You like most say Avignon, presumably with the TGB. Yeah. Is it the fact that it's high speed? Yeah, I love driving the 465. Different department. I don't look after anything on TS Classic, Wiley. You mean Castle Würzburg, Elliot? Oh, another donation. Railway Rich has given us the 15 to put it up to 3,600. Thank you very much, Railway Rich. Trentic Gaming, no update on any possibility for multiplayer at the moment. It's challenging to add because of some limitations in UE4 at this point. Not ruling it out, but I'm not ruling it in either. Certainly not on the plan for any foreseeable future. My Welsh is terrible. Almost as bad as my English. Whatever floats your boat, JP. This is the train, I think, waiting to take these cement truck wagons around, out again. Tiniest amount of brake on just to slow us down a bit. I've not visited the GCR, no, Matty. If you want rail replacement scene, just go drive bus driver sim earlier. Thrashing by on the main line. Hey there, Hazard. Back in the cab, uncouple all the vehicles, head back that way. A mission indicator to go. I guess technically the editor might work on the deck as long as you can install things from Epic Games Store on there, but I can't imagine it being anything other than a terrible experience, I've got to be honest. How much RAM is there on a deck? Is it 16 gig? $12 gig of RAM on a Steam Deck. Yeah, you'd have trouble with the editor. No, I'm using the keyboard, JLJBA. X1S I think is 8 gig. X1X is 12 gig. X Series S is 10 gig. X Series X is 16 gig. If I remember rightly. Yes, that does mean there's a Gen 8 console with more memory than a Gen 9 console. Where are we going anyway? All the way back? Oh no, just to the turnaround point. Is this 155? Oh, on Founds, on Coltrane. It's a Robbie. Double donation, Ryan. Thank you very much for the £5. Much appreciated. Hey, he's Andy Brown. Or Andy Brown. Ex-Andy Brown, I'm guessing. Right, so we're coupling up to different cut of dragons than the ones we brought in, and we're going to bring them out, I guess. Let's do the old permission. Go. Like I said, you've got to be able to download stuff from the Epic Games Store, Carl. If you can do that, it might... I don't think it'd be a great experience, but it might work. Do you have to rate your own game? No. Welcome back, Liam. Oh, sorry, do you have to own the game? Yes, you do. Sorry, yes. Because the editor is basically just a copy of the game itself. So it needs to know you own the game to use it. And it gets all of the content from the installed version of the game as well. It won't run on its own. There's no bell on this train though, poor Liam. Give it the boot. You used to play MSTS, same as me, Andy Brown. Greetings, Pavlin. I've still got the box in the drawer next to my desk at home. I get it out every now and again to look at it and marvel at how far we've come. What's the Christmas closure scenario, Pavlin? Oh, HST on GWE. Is that not working then? Pavlin, is that not present in GWE? Or have we lost it? What, Dorset, the Dorset Coast one, Beastie one, Beastie Bill. We're going uphill, that's why we're struggling. Yeah, that's what I thought. The scenario is still there, isn't it? Go and have a look in GWE, Pablo. Oh, London South Coast from European Barn. Yeah, I helped make that one. Spent a bunch of time while I was on my holiday in Florida at the time going through all of their assets and optimizing them because they were so inefficient. Made a heck of a difference to frame rate. Open rails are still going strong, Simon. Yeah, only 9 hours and 17 minutes, dear. It's not that it's difficult to implement, particularly Armada, it just hasn't been got to. Double check the path. Dumping these ones here. Have you already bought? Did you not own GWE then, Pavlin? If you don't own GWE, then you'll need to buy it. But if you already own it, then it should just work. MSTS was abandonware technically pretty much the minute Microsoft released the patch. They did the release of the game, and then a little bit after that they did a patch, and they did nothing with the Class 50 in it. And that was all they ever did for it. That was the end of MSTS, you know, probably within about 6 months of the launch, from Microsoft's perspective. Oh, you don't own it? Right, okay, yes. So if you pick up... You'll have to pick up one of the bundles of TSW4 and also Great Western to get Great Western. If all you're interested in is UK stuff, then get the UK edition. Did you ever use MSTS bin with it, Beastie Bill? Because I also set up a feature on the on London South Coast so that when you went into tunnels, the cabs got dark using MSTS bin. Only worked if you had MSTS bin though, because that was a unique feature to that hack of MSTS. GWE is not a bad route, MR. They're all, you know, they're pretty much all good routes in their own way. Definitely not heresy. Not for me, anyway. Right, so let's pop back in the cab, and the wagons are behind us, so we need to buckle. Not sure, Pavlin. You're talking TS Classic, aren't you? And it's a long time since I looked at TS Classic. I'm definitely not the right person to help on that one. Okay. Where are we at still? 36.15. Tugs. Apologies. Thank you for the donation. If we're closer to that 3,700, which gets us closer to 3,750, which is a magic number because it would mean that the total raised was 4,000. So keep them coming, folks. Keep them coming, and let's just try and push it up to 3,750 by the end of the day. I think that would be spot on. Workshop Wednesday where nothing was a train. Expand on that, Liam. I'll get back up in the siding we found. I think we'll might do that too. We won't do the third one of these. Liam, yeah, this is the BR363, the DB red one. Oh, I'd love a high mech Turby's trains. I do like a high mech. One of my first model trains was a high mech. But no plans to at the moment, I'm afraid. Hey there, Peppy Emu fan. Pob. Finally, we're done. Right, so we start Glossip. About half an hour late now. Right, let me just go and stretch my legs and run to the loo. Yes, it's getting to that time of day, having had all the tea. And then we'll get on with some Glossip. Right. Right, quick leg stretch. Right, so we're now on to Glossip with the 323. Before we do that, let's remind ourselves why we're raising money.
Hi, I'm Tiago and I am studying games development. I have cerebral palsy, which means my brain sends mixed messages to my muscles so they move randomly. I felt and still feel exhilarated about playing games, because I'm not restricted on what I can do in a game, whereas in real life I am. SpecialEffect is a gaming charity that supports people with disabilities. As I've grown up, they've helped me by adapting how I game. If I hadn't had the chance to game and be involved with SpecialEffect, I wouldn't be in my games development and coding course at college, because it opened my eyes to what I can actually do. Unite with SpecialEffect for one special day on Friday the 6th of October and help bring the magic of gaming into the lives of people with physical disabilities. In the world of gaming, anything is possible.
Hello. What are we up to? 363, 363. Read it. The title's in the way. Get a different screen up. Oh. Transponderings. £18. Thank you very much indeed. You have an amazing sense of humour. Yep, 3,000. So it's 363, 363. Which is very good. Very, very good. So, yeah, well done. Thank you. And that puts us at 3,633. Edging ever closer to 3,700. Edging ever closer to 3,750. Right. Choose a route. Glossop. 323, and I'm going to do 2 Golf 05. Part 1. Custom weather. We'll do it in not miserable year. Like clouds go. Right, let us activate that. All the usual safety systems and get the doors open. Good old 323. Anything else in? Sometimes you'll see something else wandering around, like a 158. No. Yeah, I like the Glossip route. It's, you know, you can go end to end in about half an hour. And then you can go back again. You know, a full turn will be out and back. So it feels like, you know, I like that. It's quite fun. Hey, I've still got some in this one, Paul. This one will do me good till this scenario is over, and then we'll worry about another one. I've had about 85 billion cups of tea this weekend, so with the odd cup of coffee thrown in just for the gigs. Close the doors. Headlights. Day head is fine. Tail lights off. Good to go. Next station, Ashbury's. Yes, I only have 2 throttle settings. Off and on. I know it's cut down from the usual, what I used to stream with Baked Bean Kid, but you know, I feel like one must cut down on the amount of tea drinking. Yeah, let's get some last donations in as we finish up the stream in the next 4.5 hours. Oh, another donation. Amadar, thank you very much for that donation. Very much appreciated. When it updates, that'll presumably take us to 36.43 when it updates. Something close to it, depending on currency conversion. Yep. Oh, we're having a bit of a race here. He's heading off down south. I'm heading off over east. BH Aussie, that's a new feature in TSW4. You can spawn anything anywhere and send it anywhere, basically. Drive it anywhere. Called free roam. I don't think the 76 has been unlocked on here, has it? The Paddington Reading Great Western Express comes with a Class 166 diesel multiple unit. This is a Class 323 electric multiple unit. They're quite different, actually. There's a number. There is striking similarity in the cab, but quite different on the outside. And as I say, one's diesel, one's electric. Hold them side by side. You'll see the differences a mile away. Right, speed limit is now 60. Two more donations in. Ron Wirral, thank you. And Lewis Hopton, thank you very much as well. 3665. Brilliant. Thank you, folks. Clipped it into emergency. I hate that. It's too easy to get it into emergency. It won't release it until you stop. There you go. That's it, JP. You got me. You busted me. No Munich Augsburg today, Elon. It's Peninsula Corridor, Dresden Riesa and Northern Transpennine. After this. .101, yes, of course, Paul Dog. You're going on the NTP, it's kind of got to be a 101. Pam Callis, how many pounds left to get to 100%? 530, 335, 1,335. Yeah, quite a lot. I don't expect we'll do that this time. Thank you, Amdar. Whereabouts are they doing Big Brother again? I thought Big Brother was all cancelled, or is it just cancelled in the UK? What, they're doing Big Brother back in the UK? Man, they just need to learn when that a good thing has done its time. I watched Big Brother 3 and Big Brother 4 and then decided I didn't need to see any more after that. I mean, the human experiment wasn't going to change. Still, that's what people like to watch then. Your name rings a bell, Pam, but I can't positively place you. Flowery Field is the next station. Who names a town Flowery Field? Mind you, I guess it's named because it has a big flowery field, or did at the time they named it. There have been worse things to name places, I guess. Well, in the earlier days, they weren't really as faked. How interesting. Nowadays, it's, yeah, it's just silly. But the earlier days, when it was a new thing, it was less faked. It was a lot less faked. But now everybody's used to it. You kind of know how it's being, you know, you can game how it's being perceived on the outside and so forth. So it becomes more a game of manipulating the audience. They ran out of good content a long time ago. How interesting. Let's be really, really, really honest here. Oh, you're not tired after playing it 9 hours? I am a bit tired. But we've got more to go, and it's for a good cause, so I press on. Newton for Hyde. Hey, William Watson. I'm doing good. How are you? I think I get tired after about 2 or 3 hours, Pam Callis, and then I have to push through like a not a pain barrier, but it's like a barrier, because just driving tends to put me to sleep after a while. It's because it's sort of hypnotic, but once you get through it, it's fine. So the answer is, if your body is telling you to stop doing something, keep doing it repeatedly until it gives up. This is the lesson I learn. Seems healthy. Get doors open. Tom Baker, Tom Tangy, Tom Baker. I will see you, Chris Eccleston, and raise you, Tom Baker, any day. But if you mean new gen, then for me, David Tennant. Though that said, I really enjoyed Matt Smith so much more than I thought I would. It's really good, actually. Jodie was okay, but the stories kind of started to go a bit bonkers. Same as happened with Sylvester McCoy. I thought he was a really good Doctor, but the stories were, what the heck is going on? But it's because they actually were trying to cancel the show. So they were writing really daft stories. Who remembers Paradise Towers? Oh, God. Yes, Remembrance of the Daleks was good, and so was that one stood out. But then so did the 25th anniversary. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. Oh, I'd love to see some narrow gauge stuff, RW Carl. Yeah, Silver Nemesis, that was it. Really good episode. New donation, Mr. and Mrs. ECM2. Thank you very much indeed for that. Much appreciated. Sneaking closer. We're what, £25 away from 3,700? Well, a long time ago now, I rewatched all of Doctor Who again that was available at the time on, I don't know if it was on Netflix at the time or whether it was on iPlayer at the time. But I watched the entire, whatever they had. And I remember when it first came on, not liking Peter Davidson's Doctor particularly at all. But I think it's mostly because I was just, annoyed about him replacing Tom Baker. Because when I watched it all back, he was a damn good Doctor. It's some really cracking stories, and he delivered it really well, and he had some good assistants as well. There is also that as well. Age can change your view on things. I think there's an attention thing, and you look at things differently, don't you, when you're looking at it in a different way. And it's like when Deep Space Nine came on, and I just could not get into it at all. But I was hung up on, but it's not a spaceship. This is really tedious. It's crossroads in space. Who needs that in their lives? And then later on, I watched the entire thing, binged the entire thing in not enough time really to be healthy. And it easily is my favourite Star Trek show of them all, by a very long way. It's so good. Pertwee was good, but I think the problem with Pertwee's Doctor, if anything, was, you lack the TARDIS for a lot of Pertwee, if not all of Pertwee, because he was imprisoned on Earth or marooned on Earth or whatever. He couldn't leave Earth, presumably for budgetary reasons. Where are we at now? Broad Bottom. Cab windows are open, Lorenzo. After this, Pam, is Peninsula Corridor with the MP36. 2 miles to Dinting. You haven't seen a 323 come the other way yet, so it's still up there. Basically, service is run with 2 trains, and you'll usually pass it on at this end of the route, because it's quite slow doing the Dinting bit. Oh, it's just gone through, I think. We'll pass them in a minute, because the signal just went green. Best train to drive in TSW? It depends on what you want to do, Lorenzo. The 323 is the easiest train to drive, and it's quite rewarding. So if you're a beginner, then the 323. But beyond that, I think the 395 is probably one of the trains I enjoy. There it is. One up on the 40. Dinting home signal. Taking the right branch. Thanks, how interesting. I know that Will and the others who worked on it really, poured everything into that one. A lot of late nights they spent working on that. Passion project. And open the doors. Let me switch the HUD and then I can drive externally for a bit. I need to see how fast I'm going. Zedgy, crikey, the Binatone. Is Binatone what you mean? You mean the like the bat and ball game thing, don't you? Is that what the Binatone? Right, got a glass up. 25 as we come out of here. Get around the corner, it will let us speed up. Woody TV, welcome back. Thank you for the raid. See you later, Pam. Yeah, William, Blind's got someone on here, yeah. Get doors open. Part 1 done. Start. You can't really net worth this one, can you? You can try and fail, but it's got an anti-Nebworth device at the end of the track. What was that? Boing boing. It's censored you. Oh, I've no idea. Boing boing. I don't know what that is. I think it's a HTML file with all of the console commands in it, actually. If I'm dredging it up my memory correctly. Oh dear, they bought the anti-Nebworth device in a cheap end-of-line sale. Ugh. Stop. Buffer stop. They're train sim driver. I am going to change ends, but I don't want it to mess about and get confused, so I'm going to do it in a rush after I've closed the doors. Just go. At the station, we can speed up. No, running till midnight or thereabouts, Amaze Taze, so just under 4 hours to go. Kind of Glossip to Hadfield now. How are we doing on donations? 36.75. Don't forget while we're all really here, folks. Raising money for SpecialEffect. We're at 36.75. There's another 250 coming in from Dovetail to go on top of that. So I'm really hoping is that we can get to 37.50. before the end of the night. Because then we'll have $4 grand. And I think that would be bloomin' marvellous for special effect. I mean, it's all bloomin' marvellous, to be fair. But... right around to Hadfield. Coming round, then we'll let us speed up a bit till we get to Hadfield. This is Manchester Glossip, Train Fan TV Plus. Go down for the 15 into Hadfield. I can't, I'm afraid, Mikey. Get them doors open. Oh, mass exodus from Hadfield today. And then we go back to the main, we do return to free roam. We'll go back the other way. Hello. Stop paying attention to chat. Right, look what you're doing. Swinging round to Glossip again. See you later, Lead Catcher. Kind of, boing boing. Essentially, you set up a KML somewhere in one of the properties and you run that command, and that'll build all the track tiles. And then there's another command you can run to build all the scenery and landscape tiles. You run the two commands, and it virtually builds the kind of the foundations of the route in one hit. But there's some parameters and such. It's part of what I'm writing up for a tutorial, but I need to I need it to work so that I know the tutorial's right. Slow down for the 10 into Glossip. Once we've done Glossip, we'll then head back out to Manchester. Hey there, Florian. Welcome back. We have another donation from Mikey. Thank you very much, Mikey. Putting us up to 36.80. 20 quid now to 3,700. Get out. Right. Oh. One of the things that appealed to me about this when we were researching it, to be honest, was the fact that there'd be operationally more to do. It's not just driving a train; it's got all this change end nonsense going on at this end, and it's operationally quite different. This is 2G46. Simon James, thank you very much for the donation. Another £10 putting us to 36.90. £10 closer. So £10 now to get to 3,700. £10. No, they probably walked down the platform, to be honest, Amanda. Thing is, if I walk down the platform and the AI takes the train leaves without me. If I walk down the train and the AI takes the train, I can take it over at Dinting. That's the way I think about it. So what you're basically saying, Simon, is make the Woodhead route, yeah? I'm with you. Yep. Hey there, Nico. Have you also added all of your dem to the system as well? Boing boing. Because I think all the dem has to be referenced as well. Mold Junction. There's the £10 to 3,700. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mold Junction. Of course, now I'm going to say, now we're only £50 away from the 3,750. And just why I'm picking out the 3,750 is because Dovetail will add 250 to this. And if we get to 3,750 ourselves, that means the total will be 4,000. Which is amazing. I mean, even this is amazing. This would work out at 3,950, wouldn't it? Which is tremendous. Thank you, Mold Junction. That's much appreciated. One of the things to remember with your KML file, boing boing, is you don't have to worry too much about how many points there are in the KML file. Hang on. There's no objective. There's no objective. What's gone wrong? I'm supposed to do a stop at Dinting. I think I broke it. No. No. Oops. How interesting has taken it to and Mark Robinson both. So we're now at 371937. Both of you did a thing. So yeah, thank you. Wow, ever closer to 3750 then. We need some other sub to ticket for this book. Oh, okay, cool. If you've got it subbed as a ticket, then Beastie. But if you've got the ticket reference number, can you DM me on the forums so that I can go and follow up where this one has gone to? It's because the load passengers didn't work, I guess, back at the others at Glossip. Interesting. Never mind. Let's move on. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. We will move on, and we'll move on to Peninsula Corridor. It's getting late. G11, thank you for the 10. That's another 10 in there that puts us to 37.29. Stepping closer now. Stepping closer now. £20, 63, says Amar, to finish, to get to the 37.50. Thank you very much, G11. So the KML file, you need to have not too many points, but they need to be no more than a kilometre apart. And I go around the kilometre-ish, but no more than a kilometre. You just basically, and it so that it rows roughly where to a kilometre. You effectively want to get a point on every tile in the game. So something not too coarse. You're not going to draw this per path. You just want to use it to help you. You know, if you have loads of points, I don't know if that works well. The one that I used was just within a kilometre or so. If it used 950 metres or so, then it's not going to be a problem. But yeah, within a kilometre or so, a fairly coarse KML file. Florian, thank you for the 10. We are now 37. Oh, and sunscreen 20. That was 30 quid. Come on, total. Oh, there was probably some dollars in there, wasn't there? 37.49.37. So we are, what, 70p shy now? Wow. Brilliant, folks. Thank you. Thank you. This is amazing. We're almost at 37.50. Almost. Almost. 63p. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Number rounding, eh? Right, anyway, Peninsula Corridor. And I want to run 134 from the bullet timetable. MP36, 6 car. 134, which is that one. Do it in the summer. Like cloud. Go. Right. So up here, I need engine run, generator field, control on fuel pump. Put reverser in, put it in forward. Unlock the doors. Alan, thank you very much for the donation. That puts us at 37.74. We're over the 37.50. That means the total is now over 4,000. So yeah, everything that comes in now. I mean, it's all great. It's all fantastic. But yeah, thank you everybody. The guys, I was had in my mind I'd like to get to the 4,000. I thought that would be a really cool amount to hit for special effects. So that's tremendous. So I mean, don't let that stop you. If anybody wants to donate for the rest of the stream, well, I'm still going to be here for another 3.5 hours, unless I, more if I keep messing up scenarios. 9:30, 09030. Good. Yeah. So don't let that stop you, hold you back if you want to donate. But as far as I'm concerned, we've hit a hell of a milestone there, and I'm really, really grateful, humbled by your generosity, folks. Really, really, truly, absolutely brilliant. Just looking at the number, it's incredible. Right, close the doors. Anytime you want to give me a signal there, Mr. Dispatcher, that'd be good. Yeah, I'm going to play the video before the service, actually. Let's just plot, while I'm waiting for this Plymouth Dispatcher, let's just watch, what we've helped, or what we are helping. If I can find a mouse pointer, it's here somewhere. There it is. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, I'm Tiago and I am studying games development. I have cerebral palsy, which means my brain sends mixed messages to my muscles so they move randomly. I felt and still feel exhilarated about playing games, because I'm not restricted on what I can do in a game, whereas in real life I am. SpecialEffect is a gaming charity that supports people with disabilities. As I've grown up, they've helped me by adapting how I game. If I hadn't had the chance to game and be involved with SpecialEffect, I wouldn't be in my games development and coding course at college, because it opened my eyes to what I can actually do. Unite with SpecialEffect for one special day on Friday the 6th of October and help bring the magic of gaming into the lives of people with physical disabilities. In the world of gaming, anything is possible.
Got me having a sneaky chocolate break. Oops. There's a train coming in. Rob, come on, man. Making me feel terrible here. Another £41 from Rob. Rob, you are a saint. You truly are. That gets us to 38.16. Rob, thank you. Thank you. Jeff Jefferson, we are on our way out of San Francisco, or we will be when the dispatcher wakes up. Well, it's not the wakes up. He's put this one train in front of me, so. We probably are with the gift aid. Rob, you're right. Yeah, this is where the incoming train is on my path. Get off my road. Andy, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. As soon as he's clearing my road, that dispatch better give me my path or I'm going to be writing a letter of complaint. 3826. There he goes. Letter of complaint can wait. What is it with the US and bells? Well, it's very easy for the public to get near railways. So, and they need something to tell them to stay away from big heavy machines that can kill them. It's a lot harder to get near the railways in the UK and Europe. Whereas in the US, quite often there's lots of unfenced areas. I keep forgetting it's painful coming out of here. Ooh, another one coming in. Where's Antarctica coming to test? It's not on the roadmap, Urban Fox. It's not on the roadmap. Wheel. Probably put some lights on, really, shouldn't I? Lights are down here, aren't they? That one on the front. Do we have... And start, engine on, that's the HEP turned on. Mikey, no, I won't be at Worley this year. I don't think we're going to Worley this year. At the moment, I don't know what the plan is as far as that's concerned. Monty's saying it currently stands at 4503, including gift aid and the donation from Dovetail, which is, wow, that's ridiculously good. Thank you. Thanks for letting us know that, Monty. Oh, I'm blown away. Absolutely blown away. Like I said, when I went into this weekend, I thought, you know, if we can do about what we did last time, that'd be brilliant. That'd be absolutely brilliant. And as usual, you know, you're all even more amazing. Yes, this Peninsula corridor I'm running here, which is San Francisco to San Jose. Is it the way I've split the timetables working all right for everyone? Now you can access all of the trains and all the places they're supposed to be? Twenty-second Street is just after this tunnel. 'Some passengers. Pavlin, this is Peninsula Corridor. San Francisco down to San Jose. This is the CMOF, Central Equipment Maintenance Operations Facility, which is basically the depot to you and me. Now I've got that song stuck in my head, Matty and Hannah. Thanks. Good 90 minutes or so, Pavlin. Have a look here. Whoops. I write down as being. Hour and 10 minutes. Hey there, Alpha. How are you doing? Stop it, ECM2. That's out of order. Longer routes in TSW4. Well, across the entire of the library, I think the longest UK route is the ECML that comes in TSW4. The longest US, I don't know actually. There's a bunch of them around the 80-mile sort of mark, like Cajon, Antelope, and this one. Probably no, this one's about 60 actually. So I think probably Antelope might be one of the longest. And in Germany, Kassel-Würzburg, 186 kilometers. That one's a beast. Alpha, the thing to check with the 395 is that your power source is correctly to either CTRL for overhead or DC for third rail. And once you've done that, you want to make sure that you have pressed the pan up or shoes down button once to get the line light on and once to get the VCB to close. Now, I think in one of them, third rail or overhead, you don't have to press it the second time. The key thing is to make sure that your line light is on and your VCB is off. You go to forums.dovetailgames.com alpha and sign in. We have to create an account, sign in, and then you can find me on there. In 100 feet to go for Bayshore. Oh, another donation. Jordan O, thank you very much for the donation. We're at 3831 now. Whenever you can, Alpha. It's all good. That's good to know, Alpha. That's really good to know. Riley, I've not looked at the forums all weekend. I've been busy. JD's not here, Liam. He won't be bothered. Doors. Three and a half miles south San Fran. You like the vibrate on controls? That's good to know. I added that as an accessibility feature specifically because I talked to a couple of people who are very, very hard of sight, legally blind that play the game, and I wondered if, as they pan around, it might be useful for them to have the vibration on the joystick. So that's actually really good to get that feedback that that's a useful feature. Speeding up now. I wouldn't say Voyagers are the absolute worst. I'd say German sausage is the absolute worst. Dear. Yes, it will work if you're using a controller on a PC as well, yeah. The only things that don't work on anything other than a PlayStation are the the light up points on the fact that it changes color on the PlayStation controller, and the loudspeaker on the controller. Everything else works on all controllers. The vibration's been a hit and miss for different people. I think some people just need to tune it better because it is incredibly quite flexible. But other people, it's just, it's not for them, and that's fine. But no, I'm really happy with that. Thank you for letting me know about that. That kind of feedback makes me happy. Makes me really think, happy we got something right. Plus 70. Thank you for the donation. That puts us at 38.31. Alright, speeding up a little bit. We're still 88,000 feet away from the stop at South San Fran. Getting there slowly. 3,000 feet. Pop some brakes on in a minute. That sounds like a question for Google, boing boing, not for me. Union Pacific Jeep over there. Felix Fun, yep, it's the MP36 baby bullet. I mean, look at this. You look at the landscapes on Caltrain, and these were, the best we could do at the time. Compare that with the landscapes on Cajon, and then the landscapes on Antelope Valley, and then tell me the team aren't improving. A lot, all the time. No, that's SRTM, I think, boing boing. Probably with hand manipulation. Get out of here. San Bruno, 10,000 feet. What's Thomas streaming at the moment, Emma? Oh, he's doing editor. Oh, cool. What's he making? Gameplay or doing route building? Scenario. Nice. This is where the unloader is on the route. Just up here on the left somewhere, I think. To the side. Yeah, just back there. Or is it just up? No, a bit further on. No, we passed it. There you go. There was an unloader back there. Rob, can you ping me an email at work about what's not, what it is that the problem is? Preferably with an example if you've got one. That way I can follow it up with engineering. Or just raise a ticket, to be honest. And then send me the number. New York Trenton has a bug with the station directory, which is fixed in an upcoming update, Tim. I've told my hand up to that. I broke that one. Sorry, I've just fixed the restream bot, so YouTube hasn't been sending chat to Twitch, and I'm looking at Twitch for what I'm watching. So it is now working again, so I can now see your comments, Chronicle Toxic. Oh, okay, so if it's already been logged, Rob, then fair enough. Maybe ping Richard and ask him to send me the ticket number. I'm off this week as well, but that doesn't going to stop me spamming the engineering team. I'm good, thank you. Hello, Finn. How are you? Removing what? Double yellow? Yeah, ACM2. Vol. I fixed the restream, but I don't know why it died. But I poked it and it came back to life again. I think it timed out. Yep, we're at 11 hours. 3 to go. 3 to go. Philip, Connor, thank you very much for the donation. What does that put us at now? 38.57. Thank you very much, Philip. Don't be silly, Jason. Well, this Matt P is off. There is another Matt P in the company who will be pestering you. There is always going to be a Matt P pestering you one way or another. Milbray is next. Yes, thank you, Philip. That's much appreciated. Can you share, Matt, the link to the spreadsheet, Jason, that you guys have been filling in? I'm the Energizer train simulator driver. Or maybe I should be the Energizer kitty. Have I done every route in this? No, we've got 2 more routes to do after this one. This isn't work though, Gamer Tezza. Jeez, this isn't work. This is playing. I'm a playaholic. Oof, harsh, only me. Oof. The cab is quite well insulated inside. I've got the windows open, but it's still pretty quiet inside. Thank you very much, Abadar. It's been good having you on the stream. Thank you. And thank you for the donations. That's the RVM, isn't it, Rob? So that's great. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, I don't think I'd sent Matt the link to the spreadsheet, so because I quickly whipped it up yesterday morning for everybody. What is the consensus, Jason? Is it looking all right? Oh, nice one, Simon. I look forward to seeing that. Ping me on the forums and poke me when it's there, because I don't spend a lot of time looking at Creators Club. Just yes or no will do, Jason. Good. We're not doing the giveaway. I don't know how the giveaways work, only me. There's like a Gleam link or something somewhere. And you do everything on that. And then, yeah, that's about as much as I know about the giveaways, I'm afraid, only me. There is a headset. You know, quite an expensive headset is one of the prizes, from what I understand. That's good feedback, Si. Thank you. 2.3 miles for Birmingham. Saw that station coming up and panicked, not going to lie. And then noticed my stop is 7,000 feet away, so... It's always good to get some positive feedback in amongst the mix. But that, you know, I like I like critical feedback because it tells us how we can be better, but sometimes it's nice to know, hey, you got something right, and, you know, occasionally you get something right. That's always good. Double yellow, I'm at work. In the office. Well, I'm in the office. Not much hours I'm at work. But I'm in the office. Yeah, thanks for that, Scott. The audio team are trying and experimenting and playing around and putting the results are, you know, quite noticeable actually. So I need to I'll pass on that feedback to the audio team. They will definitely appreciate that. The job is probably one of the harder ones, to be honest, because they can't really make anything up from nothing. They've got to make do with whatever they've got, essentially. No idea, K5. Just done TSW4. Let me sleep first. Doors closed, anytime, thank you. Brakes are off, power on. San Mateo. Not until they run out of TSW4 t-shirts. See, that would be an interesting development strategy, wouldn't it, John Matz? Going to order 25,000 t-shirts, and when they're all gone, we'll make a new game. Yes, let's do that. Next stop, San Mateo. No, there's. I think Scepter's a no. K5 last time I remember. Oh, hello. We've got another MP36 coming the other way. Scepter is the operator that runs in around the Washington area, if I remember rightly. Like the MBTA or the Caltrain or the Metrolink, the Scepter is the company that runs around the Washington area. That's Stray, isn't it, Gabs? Next station, Hayward Park. Oh, Mark is DC area. That's it. Sorry. Oh, you watched the video with Francis and the Scotsman? Yeah, it was good. We had a good day, actually. Really good day. GWR Phil, I just noticed your donation. Apologies. Thank you very much. Putting us at 38.61. I think we were going to try and get Francis into the HQ. I don't think it's happened yet, though. I've not seen him walking around. I know they were talking about it when we were out there at the Bluebell doing the recording. Yeah, I got a lot of time for Francis. Actually, had a good chat. Kind of know when you meet a fellow Ralph fan, yeah? Palador, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. $38.81. Yeah, until you get right next to a loco like that, you can't appreciate how ginormous the thing is. Hey, I'd rather overshoot than undershoot. Undershoot than... You know what I mean. I'd rather undershoot than overshoot. There you go. That's the one. We got there. Hillsdale. See you later, Elliot. Thanks for joining us. Oh, wow, only me. You're a star. Thank you very much for that lowest donation there, only me. Really appreciate everything and all your support this weekend. Train Hunter, this is Peninsula Corridor. $39.31. Look at that. Amazed Taste, remind me what you're replying to. They said, same map, was it the home except with the Freightliner containers? Say that one more time. Or is this the bot passing on something from a long time ago? 39.31. Really, Moses, folks. We are £69 from 4,000. This train is going all the way to San Jose. Well, we end the stream at midnight either way, Calador, to be honest, or wherever the nearest scenario ends. once we've hit midnight. Belmont. I don't know if I have a favourite route particular, George, because I play so many of them and they've all got strengths in different areas. My two go-tos are probably Southeastern High Speed and Dresden Riesa. You kind of can get everything you want out of those two. Last station, we are due in at 10:38, so about another hour. No, it's 50 more minutes. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Chronicle Rep. I'm quite enjoying the BCC route as well. I like the 323s; they're quite fun. That's why I was quite keen to do the Glossip line and get them out again. I haven't got time to be thinking about songs to San Jose. I'm too busy California dreaming. That earworm is free. You're welcome. $10 this morning, Train Hunter, so 11 hours, 22 minutes ago. Stream's been very good, Chronicle Rep. There's been lots of people watching, lots of people joining in. Kept me company. Tons of donations. Been just mind-blowingly good on the donations. Game's behaved itself. I've largely behaved myself. So... Oh, doors again. Daydreaming. Open the wrong doors. Frankie, thank you for your donation. Much appreciated. $39.41. At this rate, we are actually going to make 4K even before the dovetail and the gift aid. San Carlos is next. This isn't easy. Doing a stream this long is pretty easy, Train Hunter, really. Regular breaks, keep yourself up in fluids, have fun, play a game that you can play for this long, and have awesome people to talk to. The recipes of a long stream. You mean Frankie? I mentioned that one a minute ago. Matty. Thank you, Frankie. What, £59 now until 4,000? Yeah, well, this isn't a bad chair. It's not the most comfortable, and once today I've had to go and once yesterday I had to go and lie down on a hard floor just for 2 minutes, just to sort my back out. But then my back hurts on a regular basis anyway. But this chair actually is pretty comfortable. It's not as comfortable as the gaming chair I use at home, but compared to all the other chairs, even the expensive ones, the ones over there that I've got over there, the blue ones that you normally see on the stream, they're sort of the expensive ones. I hate those. They make my back hurt like heck. Even the cheap chairs in the office are better than that. Thank you, Monty. You see, my game chair, actually, I can sit in that for hours and not have any problem with my back, whereas the this one, this is one of the sort of the nicer chairs that we've got. An hour in that chair and I'm in agony. Had your eyes coped there, that's fine. My eyes are knackered. Say that again, Train Simulator driver. Well, we do all the DSE assessments through self-assessment, so I'm kind of used to checking myself. And I can't get that chair to be comfortable because I need back support. So that's why I found this chair, and it had a back support thing on it, so I fitted the back support. And then the other thing was another chair which was comfortable, except that it couldn't get it high enough, so I couldn't get my knees comfortable and my legs straight. So that one had to go. This one had the right combination. So I'm kind of used to doing you know, my own self-assessment and making it comfortable. But I also like to check myself every now and again and say, oh, this one, everyone likes this. And, okay, well, maybe I'm just setting myself up wrong then, but no. But this thing has got really good lumbar support, this chair. With this black, this sort of netting thing, wire thing that you put over it, it gives really good lumbar support. Likewise, my gaming chair has got the lumbar cushion as well as the neck cushion. And those are essential. If I don't wear those, my back starts hurting. What do you like to play, Lazy Gamer Scotland, and what do you have? It's a Lazy Boy recliner. I'm not sure that the office would go for it, but you know what? I can try. Redwood City. Oh, you're going shopping in Tokyo, Paul? Bit more brakes. All the brakes. You've got all of the UK routes, some German ones, handful of American. You prefer longer journeys rather than stopping services. So maybe the other way of putting it then is to go through the DLC collection, which ones potentially appeal to you, and we can help you pick. The FGW 166 will probably be going away, I'm afraid, Chronicle Reb, because it's not licensed, so it shouldn't even be there. So enjoy it while you can. But I might look at seeing if we can put individual rail vehicles down available for spawning for the 166. Sorry, Rob. Reb. John Matz, donation, and Geryan, another donation. That puts us at 39.66. £34 away. Wow. Thank you both. Yeah, if you haven't got Antelope Valley, that one would fit the bill. See you later, Josh the Tech. Do you mean donation, Paul? Yeah, you should be able to anonymise it. It's a tick box, I think. Menlo Park is next. The 158 and 166 were built, one by a third party and one by the second train we ever made, or second route we ever made in the game. I have absolutely no idea whether they would work together or not. Standards have changed so much and been done differently. there's no guarantee they work together at all. Wiley, this is Peninsula Corridor, heading south to San Jose. Difficult to answer that question, Chronicle. It's probably a lot more than you realise. But yeah, it's a lot of money. But it varies so much depending on all manner of different factors. You got Blockbuster sorted. It's quite good, isn't it? When the aircraft flying over and the explosions going off. When was the last time I had a day off? I don't know. There was a weekend at some point, wasn't there? Not a lot. I mean, I had the odd occasional day off here and there for a medical appointment or something or other. Or, but this is my first week off since about January, February, I think. Can't think of anything I've taken before then. No, for some reason the music doesn't always play, Hentis. Annoyingly. I think it's like channel starvation. There's no free channel for it to play the music on. It is something the team need to look into. If you have the music down low, that's not going to help because volume is actually part of what prioritizes, but everything should be prioritizing the same if it's all a little bit quieter. But don't know is the answer to that, but it is something we need to look into. We have found that on Blockbuster the music doesn't always play. But we have heard it play, so it's like we know it does. Just not quite sure why sometimes it doesn't. The most likely reason is channel starvation. Palo Alto! Likewise, Monty. Likewise. I'll have a pee, please, Bob. JP. What's next? I don't know. I haven't got the schedule up. Have a look in a minute. Oh, I think it's Vectron on Dresden Risa. What is it? £34 now to get the main total over 4,000. That's incredible. Palo Alto. I don't get that joke, 20-meter driver. Xerox, isn't it, Amar? Xerox Park, Palo Alto Research Center. It's where Bill Gates watched some presentations. He watched 3 presentations, and he didn't pay any attention to the other 2 because the first one inspired him to it was basically Windows. Can't remember what the second one of them was. Networking, like the internet type thing. I can't remember what the other one was. Maybe a mouse. To coast, put it in idle. Setup is prepping it for dynamic brakes. So setup will take the will flip the we'll flip the electronics around so that it's ready for dynamic brakes. It'll do the 10-second warm up, and then you can start using dynamic brakes. If you don't want to use dynamic brakes, leave it in idle, which is the prep phase, the 0 phase, effectively for power. Setup is the 0 phase for dynamic brake. I mean, Palo Alto's got a lot of tech companies in it. California Avenue. Protocol Rep, if you look up on Amazon, you should be able to find things like TSW t-shirts and then find our store from that. I think it's still up there. No idea. But I don't know if it's been updated with anything for 4. Night, Modvol. Wet for doors. Oh, Anonymous has just given us the remaining bit, and we're now over 4,000. Wow! I honestly did not expect us to hit the 4K. Unbelievable! Thank you, everybody. Well, that's amazing. Thank you, Anonymous, for that donation. That's brilliant and so much appreciated. And to everybody. Wow. There's another 250 to go on to that from Dovetail, plus obviously the gift aid. So, well on the way to the 5,000 with that. No, that's a hell of a milestone. Well done, everyone. Thank you. Oh yeah, a long way. We did 3,000 last year, Jason. There's 3,000 with Dovetail's bit. This is 4,000 without it. Yeah, it's 30.50. That's about last year's, yeah. Ultra 4K mode released. San Antonio, here we come. It's phenomenal is the word, Jason. Phenomenal. Do. You're welcome. $6,000. So Monty reckons 4,685 is the total so far with gift aid and the Dovetail bit. Just incredible. Incredible. Brakes on, coming into San Antonio. Given I'm off next week, it occurs to me I should probably record the voiceover for Main Toolbarn before I go away. Otherwise that'll be delayed another week. Better do that when I finish the stream then. $40pH and gallery cars. Oh, good night, in fact, Luigi. It is not a hint to the release date, no. So I was having a look at the timetable